Project. It's restarting under our instructions.
Shift perhaps starts at 5, would come out and would stay out, and he would flex that time, he or she would flex that time at the end of their shift if they can. If not, they're paid the overtime if they're into that overtime. If it's a matter of a trooper being out after midnight, they would receive a minimum of a 2-hour call out, I think is your question.
Okay, all right, thank you. So with the overtime, you start overtime after 40 hours of straight time from what I've heard. Okay, and I'll be blunt about this because there's no nice way to ask it. Are you playing games with the overtime where they get their 40 hours in and then they're done? Or are you just letting it run however it runs for the work week? I've administered these programs. I know how to finagle them.
Mr. Chairman, and I'll let the Colonel speak directly to the patrol's practices, but generally as an agency, we're not an agency that will send people home unless we've run out of work. Most of our positions are hired because we need the 40-hour-a-week work, so if there's additional work done, that's additional work. At the staffing levels that we're at now, there are times where for safety, you're gonna wanna rotate people home, but no, we would not, just because somebody hit 40, it is not a typical practice within YDOT to just send somebody home. We will typically pay the overtime, or some employees like to elect the comp time to get additional leave. We will usually let that run out and play out as needed.
Okay, yes, Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be possible to get an estimate for us of how many on-call dollars and overtime dollars would be saved if you were fully staffed?
Mr. Rossetti?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermuller, I think we could probably get you pretty close. I think we would anticipate that even under full staffing, there's still some areas where we're utilizing on-call as a good practice, as well as there's times where certain events would lead you to some overtime. But I think we could probably go back and look at some historical staffing rates and look what that is and probably get you guys some figures so you'd have an idea of what you'd be looking at.
Thank you. Okay. Other questions? Okay, so, all right, thank you. Director Bach, could I have you and Ms. Williams come back up for a moment, please? And I think we can wrap this up. Yes, Senator, we are moving right along. We know how much you enjoy driving in the snow. So, Director, Ms. Williams, I'll accept your offer to go to the governor and that, but I'll put my time where my mouth is too and say, when you do that, I'm willing to go with you. And I would ask, and I think I can speak for the committee unless someone feels differently, that you ask for the $3 an hour. I'm willing to compromise. I'd much rather see it minimum federal minimum wage, but I'm willing to compromise for the $3, and I'm willing to go with you and put that in. As the good co-chairman said, if you have to go to appropriations, we'll be right there with you. This is important enough of an issue that I think we need to do that as a body. So if that's acceptable to you.
Chairman Burkhart, we definitely will, and we will recommend that the governor review the 2 to 3, and that this committee is looking at 3. We don't necessarily, like I said, disagree with that. I want to give Representative Henderson a very quick
Please.
budget amount. Currently, for a biennium at $1 an hour, it's approximately $1.3 million for YDOT. I'm sorry, for all of the agencies, 1.3 million, where I would say 60% YDOT, somewhere in that area. $2 an hour would bring it to 2.6 million, and then $3 an hour would be 3.9 million, which is not gigantic for the enterprise. So I think that is something we can have a reasonable conversation with the JAC and with the governor. I did want to touch a little bit on the compensation package that the governor is working on right now. So I would be remiss in not saying that although on-call pay is important, it is much more important to get these troopers to MPP and the rest of the enterprise as well. So that's what we're working on and really focusing on right now. And I think that helps with turnover. I think turnover in the law enforcement field is a tough road, especially right now. And it's pay, it's also a lot of folks not wanting to be in that field. So I think we have to work on some other issues as well, trying to lure folks back to Wyoming or into Wyoming from maybe other areas that they move to. So the other issue that came up was regional pay. One thing, and there was some discussion about compression. So the way that we look at regional pay, for example, I-80, if that is an area of concern, there can be an add-on. It doesn't go into base pay, so there wouldn't be a compression issue. So for example, you have, and I'm not sure how they have their crews set up for the troopers. So there's people in Cheyenne that do I-80. There's people in Rawlins that do I-80. So all those communities, those are the ones we would focus on add-on pay. You may not have add-on pay for the Cheyenne folks that are doing 25. Maybe you do. I don't know if that's also an area. So the add-on pay is something that can work, and you can do it $2 an hour or $3 an hour to add on for those crews. So the person in Shoshone would be paid a certain amount, the same as like Trooper 2 in Shoshone, and the Trooper 2 in Cheyenne would be paid $2 more an hour because they're doing I-80. So that's one way to do it, and that's something we can work with them on. The other, just to double, to kind of back up what YDOT was saying on their overtime. We don't necessarily audit each agency for overtime, but there has never been an issue with YDOT for where we would look and say there's a concern that they're making people go home or anything like that. So I would just bolster what they had said as well.
Any further questions? Okay. Director, Ms. Williams, thank you very much for your time and effort. Thank you for the report. And like I said, when you want to go to the governor, JAC, at least, we'll be there behind you, with you, not behind you. We'll stand right there with you. I think this is an important issue that we need to address. So I hope you take me up on my offer.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much, Chairman. We will. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, any public comment on the issue of trooper pay, call out, all the items? Mr. Oderkoven, please come up, identify yourself.
Mr. Chairman, thank
Mr.
you. Byron
Oderkoven,
Oderkoven,
and-
the Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police.
And Mr. Oderkoven, our sympathies to you. And that,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. It's been a
bet.
tough couple of months.
I can imagine.
Thank you.
So please continue.
Initially, I had not anticipated speaking to this subject, but I think a couple of the points made and a couple of the questions raised beg to have a little discussion from the local perspective of the sheriffs and chiefs as well. And maybe point a point of clarification, so to speak, or something else to ponder on. Part of why we're here today, I think, has been discussed in our circles, so to speak, is the national messaging from political leaders and the national messaging from the media. Law enforcement is generally vilified. The troopers, the deputies, the officers are, of course, the dumbest people on the block. And of course, you have to have that detective, that somebody that rides in at the last hour, saves the day, solves the crime, and the bad guy goes to jail. So if you look out to the public perception, in some areas, that lower level officer is not viewed as that important, that critical, that expertise. Thank goodness that's not the attitude in Wyoming. Our folks enjoy a good relationship with our public, and our public sees them as important. Budgetarily, however, budget cuts don't speak to that and address that, and I think that's part of why we're here today. And would remind the committee that you've done significant cuts across the board to budgets, which has impacted law enforcement at the state level, but it's also impacted support at the local level with the trickle-down effect. And that is, if I don't have a trooper on U-Picket Road at U-Picket hour of the day, the citizen doesn't believe that he gets to wait till the trooper comes back on duty. The citizen believes that local law enforcement should come and handle that call, and we do. So that your budget cut then impacts negatively the local budgets as well. They too are struggling in hiring, retention, pay, and compensation. So not only are you impacting local budgets and the second level by increasing workload with your cuts, we don't have the response either to adequately cover all of those calls all of the time. So when folks go home, so to speak, or off, it does fall to local law enforcement to respond to those situations that require law enforcement response. You mentioned overtime, being creative with overtime and those kinds of things. I would remind the committee that one of the aspects that we're governed under is the Fair Labor Standards Act, which has a significant section dealing with law enforcement and public employees, and talks about the work week, compensation, overtime, on-call, how that does, and that creativeness, if you will, of having someone go home rather than complete their overtime wage for the week and those kinds of things. So there's already some guidelines, some pretty strong guidelines that impact that, and I would support WIDOT that in the discussion that they aren't being creatively to the officer's negative situation, that there's the Fair Labor Standards Act covers quite a bit of those things. I would ask that you, as you consider these issues, look favorably on pay increases, on compensation, on benefit increases across, because that also impacts locals as they look to you as the leader in part of this discussion and the measure to which they should measure to. So if you're behind as well, and we end up trading officers back and forth, it doesn't help either one of us if we're just trading deputies and officers back and forth as we try to equally staff or both collectively staff our positions to have that law enforcement response. We need to have a strong law enforcement response in light of many, again, of the national issues that are impacting the state of Wyoming. Some of the issues we haven't talked about, the whole drugs, domestic violence, human trafficking, the border, I mean, we could go on for a long time. I'm not planning on it. I'm just saying lots of things impact the budgets that require a strong law enforcement response. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okoven. Any questions? Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I appreciate you mentioning the national appetite, and if we just, as a committee, recall, there was a national movement to defund police, within the last 5 years. There wasn't a national movement to defund nurses or, on-call anybody else. It was to defund police, and so that appetite it's true. There's a national rebellion and resistance to law enforcement that, you know, we can't really do a whole lot about. But my question is what can be done locally to basically reject that projection that everybody else has, you know, in different areas of the country, that they're not going to defund the police? What, besides salaries, what can we do image-wise to project that we're supportive of our law enforcement? We're going to stand behind them, not defund them.
Mr. Odekoven?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. I think Wyoming does a great job in that area. If you look at any of the local medias, there's story after story that talks about supporting law enforcement, or the good deed done by law enforcement, or the recognition of law enforcement, whether it's that critical life-saving skill, whether it's that interaction on that critical situation, the positive comments that come back. We're very fortunate in Wyoming that we have that local support. I think if you look at many of the local budgets, they've taken it upon themselves to increase that wage, to increase that overtime, or that amount, or those number of officers, and to staff ahead, if you will, to boot. So I think at the local level, it's there. I would challenge the comment maybe better for the state at the moment, based on this discussion, and that is the wage for those critical skills. You mentioned nursing, medical, troopers, et cetera, to make sure that you're in the compensation range above and beyond so that we can attract those people. And it's a clear message out that we value these positions, we're willing to compensate them accordingly so that they can effectively do their job to our satisfaction to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Odekoven, very much.
Thank you.
Any other public testimony? Any other? With that, I'll close public testimony. So, committee, I think we have a path forward, and I think we can go to the next subject. Unless there, Mr. Co-Chair.
Just a real quick note, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that Heather make a little star note on the pad for consideration that we may want to include this discussion in the memo from the two chairmen, which would go to management and to the Appropriations Committee. A pretty important topic, and I think at least give them an alert that our committee spent quite a bit of time on this. And so thank you, Heather, if you would put that down, and we can visit at the end of the day if there's anything else. So thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So next topic is law enforcement retiree rehire bill. So Heather, want to walk us through that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm giving you a high-level view of 23 LSO-0178, version 0.3. What this bill does, you may recall that at the previous meeting, there was testimony that certain peace officers, depending on which retirement plan they retire under, are ineligible for rehire through that. So this just addresses that, as well as repealing a mandatory retirement age that was different between the two. So the combination of this bill plus your other bill basically make things equal kind of between the different plans and the different requirements for all the various peace officers. So what this bill draft does is it goes into 9-3-616, and it just amends some requirements for eligibility by inserting the fact that rehiring a member retiring under this article shall be in accordance with the Wyoming Retirement Act, which makes them be together. And then that section that's being repealed, I say makes them be together, makes it be the same as between the two retirement acts. And then that 9-3-607 that's repealed, that was the mandatory retirement age. And I have since been in contact with Mr. Brandis from the Wyoming Retirement System and need to just even correct some of my language because this 9-3-600, 9-3-600s and 9-3-400s, those are the two that we've been working in with both the bill that equalized the rates as well as this bill. And this one, 616, instead of referring to a member, it refers to employee. So you'll see on line 11, where I had member, it should really be employee. And then also at the bottom where it says in accordance with the Wyoming Retirement Act, and then those subsection numbers, G, H, and J should also be included, because J it includes the enforcement of that and how this is, and how that is implemented. So the amendment that I would propose, which really is kind of beyond a technical amendment, so most likely the committee would want to tell me to do this, is on line 11, retiring an employee retired under this article shall be in accordance with the Wyoming Retirement Act at the statute 9-3-415G through J would be how it would change. But that's the bill draft, just to make things, again, to create a parity between the two acts and how the different law enforcement are treated.
Okay, Heather, I think those technical changes are appropriate unless someone objects. Senator?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think, Heather, I think you said G through J, and I think the amendment says G and H. Is that,
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, what I was saying I should be included was pointed out to me that J ought to be included, so that's why I was reading it as if it were there, G through J, even though that's not what you see right in front of you. I was predicting the future.
Okay, I think that's a technical change. Okay, yeah, okay. So Heather, thank you. So Director Reiner? Comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So from our perspective, would certainly, again, thank the committee for the bill. And just as a reminder, this was, again, trying to deal with the shortage of troopers. So if they retire, we can't hire them back based on the retirement plan. And so this fixes that. And while I don't know how many that will bring back, I know it will be some. And one is better than none, and 10 is better than one. And so this sets that up. And then really, with the age issue, is it eliminates the 65 that you have to retire at.
Okay, questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Co-Chair, thank you. And Director, I apologize. I think we talked about this, but I just want to make sure as we consider this bill. I think I remember that the impact to the retirement funds, et cetera, would be negligible. I'm not totally versed on how that works, but can I get an assurance? I see the Colonel shaking his head yes, so.
Mr. Chairman. and
Colonel?
Mr. Co-Chair, thank you. That was the testimony of the Wyoming Retirement System folks, and I'm not sure if they're planning to be here today. They're on the agenda. But
They're here. They're next.
Fantastic. I suspect that that will be again, and would certainly let them speak to that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Colonel, question. If we eliminate the 20 and out, which this does, mandatory retirement, frankly, and we raise the retirement age to, I guess it'd be 65, and that, can they still handle being a trooper? Some people probably can, some people probably can't, but your opinion?
Mr. Chairman, again, great question, and certainly one that we've pondered at length. I think we have individuals who certainly can today, who are leaving too soon simply because of a ceiling artificially injected into the statute. So the removal of the age, I think, is going to allow us to keep active, good individuals longer, and then certainly would allow us to call back, as a director mentioned, and something else we're looking at, being able to supplement our force with retirees.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Director?
Chairman, I would add that, again, as a reminder, that marries with the other law enforcement bill. So this is the only one that has that retirement age.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you. If I could get the retirement system to come on up. Some people I haven't seen in quite a while.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Swindell, the Executive Director of the Wyoming Retirement System, and I'm joined by Ben Brandis, our General Counsel. Our lawyer keeps us straight. A special shout out to Representative Henderson, a legislative liaison to the retirement system, as well as to you, Mr. Chairman, former legislative liaison to the retirement system. So with regard to the issue at hand on the bill, WRS concurs with the bill. In fact, I would argue that do more than concur. We support the bill. We'd like to see you do this for a couple reasons. First of all, it is a tool to our employers, and our employers are members of the system. We try to support our members. We have this tool in the law enforcement plan, as well as in the public employee plan and Air Guard firefighter plan. We have some experience with a rehired retiree rule. It's worked very well. And up to now, there probably hasn't been as much of an issue in needing this in the Game and Fish Department and the Highway Patrol, but things are changing. It's harder and harder to fill some positions, and hiring a rehired retiree can be an option, at least for a while. Mr. Chairman, in brevity, that's our main message to you. All else is details. I can go on just a little bit and maybe explain to the public what the heck we're talking about. In the United States, public pensions are tax-advantaged programs. We earn money, and we pay no income tax. People put in contributions, they're not taxed on that. The employer puts in a contribution, they don't pay the employer's share of Medicare and Social Security, and so on and so forth. So these are tax-advantaged public pension plans. Well, there's some rules from the Department of Treasury as enacted by our representatives in Congress and the Internal Revenue Service about how you have to operate some of these things. And in the United States, there's always been a little view of these are retirement plans. They are not plans for people to draw benefit from the plan and then go back to work. And therefore, there are prohibitions against that in running these plans that emanate from state law. However, there are some exceptions to it. The IRS says you can devise your plan with under certain parameters to bring back rehired retirees. And this legislature has adopted those provisions in the Wyoming Retirement Act, which affects the three plans I just mentioned, the public employee plan, the law enforcement plan, and the Air Guard firefighter plan. There are some rules. We've adopted the most wide-ranging rules. I mean, you have to have a bona fide break-in service. There can't be a pre-existing agreement. The break-in service has to be at least 30 days. And if you do that, then you can bring back a person under the Act. They can continue to draw their retirement benefit, just as they were, they're retired, but they can continue to, they can go back to work and earn a wage. They don't earn any additional retirement credit. They're a retiree. That's the deal, but they get to keep their benefit. The standard remedy is you would have to stop their benefit. Now, they would earn additional credit for the new work they're going to do over the next couple of years, and then you would re-retire them with their new data. That generally doesn't work for most retirees. They don't want to give up their benefit. So this is a way to operate that. The agency pays what's called a rehired retiree fee, which is the total contribution they would have remitted otherwise. And you can see from an actuarial standpoint that that means that the system is actually made whole, because you would have had to hire a newbie, and they would have made contributions, and they would have paid a rate that's in excess of the normal cost, and therefore made progress towards full funding. Well, if you do a rehired retiree, you get the rehired retiree fee in lieu of that, same amount of money. But now I'm not having any additional service credit. So actually, it works to the advantage of the plan to have a little bit of this going on. How much goes on? I think in the law enforcement plan, we got about 2,700 members. I think we have 40 rehired retirees, something like that. Some of them are only rehired retirees for a few months, some for a few years. It all varies. But it's a tool that's been available to deputy sheriffs, and might as well make it available to the ward and patrol plan. The other aspect is removing the age 65 mandatory retirement. I don't know if it was inserted artificially. At some point, it was inserted at the behest of your predecessors. But I think it's probably outdated, and it's also true that that rule does not exist in the law enforcement plan. And so removing that would make it consistent with that. And again, offer another tool to the Game and Fish Department and the Highway Patrol. And we like offering additional tools because if we don't have those tools, then they tend to blame us, right? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, we're here to answer any questions.
Questions? Representative Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is how many other employees in state statute have mandatory retirement ages currently? If you know, thank you.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, I believe this is unique in the administration of our 8 defined benefit plans. Judicial is run by the Constitution, and of course, there's a constitutional amendment being proposed to fix that. But other than judicial, this is the only plan that has a mandatory retirement age. Retirement plans have a normal retirement age, and then they have a minimum retirement age. Normal is where you get your authorized benefit with no reduction. Minimum is the earliest you can draw up, but typically there's a haircut. Then there's a thing called, mandatory retirement age, and this is the only plan that has that in our system, and that's the age 65, and you have to be retired. And this would repeal that.
Any other questions? Director, one with Game and Fish. It's my understanding that this plan that we're discussing only affects those game wardens who are in a law enforcement status. They have both. They're in the, as we would call it, the big plan, and then you have ones who carry that law enforcement authorization. And it only affects that group that are not in the big plan who are deputized in effect. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct.
Okay.
The Warden and Patrol and DCI plan affects sworn officers of the Game and Fish Department, sworn officers of the Highway Patrol, and sworn agents of the Division of Criminal Investigation.
Okay. Right.
It doesn't affect their civilian staff. They're in the public employee plan. Doesn't affect dispatchers. Dispatchers are in the law enforcement plan.
All right. Thank you. I see no other questions. Okay, if you'd hang with us. So with this 23 LSO 0178, is there any public comment? Public comment? Seeing none. Anyone on Zoom? No. Thank you, Heather. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Committee? Moved by Henderson, seconded by O'Hearn. Discussion?
Question on the bill.
Question being called. Heather, yes.
Mr. Chairman, the committee votes on the changes that I proposed? Is that correct?
I thought those were technical changes. I don't think we need to vote on those.
Okay, great, thanks.
So everyone have the changes, which is on line 11 to change member to employee, which I believe is the appropriate language, is what we intended. And then on line 13, it would change 93415G to go G through J, to include J. Okay. So Heather, please call the roll.
Senator Anderson. Aye. Senator Furphy. Aye. Senator McEwen. Aye. Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Baker. Representative Burt. Representative Henderson. Representative McGuire. Representative Obermuller. Representative O'Hearn. Representative Romero Martinez. Representative Stivar. Chairman Burkhart.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon. 14 aye.
Okay. All right. Next topic is towing issues. Director and Ben, thank you very much. Appreciate the testimony, appreciate you being here. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the day. And we don't? Okay. Good to see both of you again. Okay, so, towing issues. Director, take it away.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think really task and purpose for this section would be an update from us to you on where we're at on towing, and then maybe a discussion on road ahead. But what I'd like to update the committee on is our current rule set that were just adopted by the Transportation Commission, and let Colonel Ratliff really talk you through some of the highlights of the changes that were made to address some of the issues that are out there on the road. And the quick backdrop there would be, we have been working on updating the towing rules and regulations that we promulgate for about the last 2 years. And there's been a lot of discussion with this body over that time on some of those issues. And we have certainly worked with the Attorney General's office. We've followed the process required to work those rules. The correct public meetings have been held. Public input has been received and considered and really taken into account. So 2 meetings ago, our commission actually adopted the rules. Actually, it was our last meeting that we recommended, and it's now in the final stages of review with the governor's office and LSO before then it gets sent over to the Secretary of State to be posted. So unless something happens in that portion, then the rules that we discussed today will be in effect, probably the first part of the year. So with that, what I'd like to do is ask Colonel Ratliff really to give a high-level overview of the changes that were made and that will be coming into effect here soon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just real quick, want to thank our YDOT folks, Mr. John Davis, Casey Brown, the hard work they put into this, Rodney Myers, the Dispute Resolution Committee, the Towing Advisory Board that we put together. Everybody has worked super hard on this to get it to where it is. So just real quick, wanted to mention that. We've met the 45-day public comment requirement, met the public hearing requirement that was held in person, and virtually on July 21st this year. A lot of questions were answered. There were 9 revisions proposed. We've met federal law requirements. We've taken into account state statutory requirements and have met those. We met the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act, and all of these have been reviewed, authorized, and passed by the YDOT Transportation Commission. Just some of the quick changes I would mention. A tower has to be in business for a year before they're eligible to be on our rotation. We are going to implement a wrecker inspection decal so that we can differentiate between vehicles that have or have not been inspected by our folks. There's no minimum per pound rate allowable. It was one thing that provided a lot of consternation and headache for a lot of folks. That's not going to be allowable now. one company, one owner, one carrier. So we won't have an owner with multiple companies. Again, that was causing us some consternation. Going to implement background checks on all employees who will have access to the towing vehicles, which, again, we come from a position of experience with all of these, right? So it is a good thing. And then we will solidify and codify our dispute resolution committee and our towing advisory board in rules, which is a good thing. They're good people and they're doing a lot of good work for us. So, Mr. Chairman, that's really the high overview of some of the changes.
Mr. Co-Chair, question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This, of course, was one of the interim topics for this committee. And I think from what I'm hearing, Colonel, really appreciate the work of that task force. And I'm hearing good things. And I just wanted to share with the committee, sometimes it doesn't take us putting something in the green books to get things to happen. And I'm feeling like maybe we've done pretty darn well here. Many of the issues that came up early in the interim, I think, Mr. Chairman, have been addressed. I just want the Colonel to know, and our constituents out there, that I sure stand ready to run something. We can still bring an individual bill and fix something if we have to, but anyway, good work. I just wanted to compliment you, Colonel, and all the folks that leaned into this. Everything that you mentioned kind of hit the list that I had, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your support in this, the working group, your work as well.
Other questions for the department? So I'll just echo what the co-chairman said. You know, I've been going down through my list as you've been talking, checking off the things I had, and you've covered all those bases. I think the next step forward would be to allow the rules to go into effect, see how they work, give them maybe a year and come back. But I think we've taken care of those things that really caused Wyoming to be on the national stage in a very negative light. I just remind the committee and those listening on Zoom and here in the room that our towing issues in Wyoming became national news in the trucking industry. And I think this will go a long way to solving those. So,
Mr. Chairman, one
Colonel,
more,
please.
Thank you. One more entity I want to recognize that I failed to earlier, and that's a trucking association. We work closely with them as well, and they provided excellent input and support, as they always do, for us. So thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. So I don't see any reason to move any legislation, to have anything drafted, unless anyone feels differently. Okay, thank you. And I'll ask for public testimony. Yes, you're going to get called on even if you don't come up, so you might as well just make the trip.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Sheila Furch with the Wyoming Trucking Association. We're very pleased with the direction that the rules rewrite went. A little frustrated with how long it took, but you know, that's what happens, and we want to make sure we've got it right. And you're right, several of the issues that we've brought to your attention over several years have been addressed. And we're hopeful that, as you said, Mr. Chairman, letting this play out over the next year to see if this really addresses some of the issues that we hear. We are on the cusp today of changes in the weather, and that's when we all start getting those complaints and concerns, and they're valid concerns through the trucking industry. And I know those of you, particularly along I-80 and I-25, get those calls just like we do. And so I'm hopeful that this will send that message and that we will be able to continue to work together with the towing industry, the state agency, with the patrol, because these are big issues and they impact the trucking industry a lot. Happy that some of the issues that I know caused some consternation are the ones that were highlighted by Colonel Ratliff, because those are the big issues that were brought to our attention. And Wyoming was at the top of the list with states that had been identified that were having more problems than some of the other states. And the national industry representations were hopeful that states like Wyoming were really going to take this lead and make those changes, whether it was legislative or rules and regs. And I'm hopeful that we can continue to do it through rules and regs because it just makes it easier.
Thank you. Question, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Furch, I was really pleased to hear that we got the minimum weight situation addressed. I wonder, was there conversation about any ceiling? I didn't think I heard anything about a ceiling. Is that just from a standpoint of weight? Is that just ad infinitum all the way there? Is there a top to this thing? Some of the concerns that I had received from a constituent or two is that, you know, I could run up into the neighborhood of $70,000, $80,000 for a tow just because of the weight of the truck. Was that discussed?
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Furch?
Senator Landon, that was discussed, and that continues to be an issue that we'll keep our eyes on very closely.
Okay.
The per pound rate charges is what we're seeing more often than not kind of come across the United States. That used to not happen, and we're seeing it happen regularly. So that was one of the biggest concerns. There are states that have done, I mean, I get it. No one wants to regulate someone's business and tell them how much they can charge. We understand that. We're sensitive to that. And we understand that towing companies are in business to make a profit as well. And so it becomes very difficult to say, okay, yeah, but on the rotation list, this is all you're going to get. We understand that, and we understand that sensitivity. But there continues to be a concern, and some states have put in place ceilings. And certainly that's an option that may have to be looked at in the future if what we're hopeful happens doesn't happen with the rules and regs.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Furch. I appreciate the fact that there was considerable conversation at least on that, and we'll hopefully help keep an eye on that. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other public comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Dave Rose. I'm with the Wyoming Towing and Recovery Professionals. I'm also a member of the Towing Advisory Board. We've been working a long time on these rules, about 3 years now. And I'm glad to see that they're finally coming to where they're going to be implemented. I do believe that this is going to help things out. It's not going to be a cure-all, but at least it gives us the right direction. We've had this out for comment for quite a while. We've brought this forward to as many towers as we can to get their input on it. I believe that we've got a good set of rules and that this is going to help things along. I agree with everybody. We don't need any more bad publicity. Hopefully this will help to straighten things out. As far as your question with Ms. Forch on the price per pound, in the new rules, it does address that as far as the towers have to prove that this is actual weights that they're dealing with. It's not made up stuff. And I believe that if we can enforce this and follow along with it and stay on top of it, we should be able to eliminate some of this stuff. It's back in, I'm trying to think, 2015, something like that. We had legislation come into where the towers were responsible for proving that their bills are legitimate. And I think that we need to lean on that just a little bit more going forward if there is any problems. I believe with the administration that we have with the Highway Patrol and YDOT, and working with them, I think that we can make some huge strides and get this back under control.
Questions for Mr. Rose? So, Mr. Rose, just thank you for all the work your group has done. Thank you for the work you've personally done and your time you put into this. How do you feel about giving the rules that you've helped create, say, a year to work, come back, look at them again, see if we need to adjust them anymore?
That'd be great. I think that the towers that I've talked to, they're looking forward to getting this going so that they have a clear set of rules to go by. And if it's the same across the state, I think we'll be in good shape.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
And I hope the roads weren't too bad getting here yet.
No.
Yeah, I think by this evening, you're going to have some business.
Yeah, I was here, but everybody else couldn't quite make it in. So.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other public comment? So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Heather,
we have Andrew Berg online to provide public.
please let Mr. Berg in. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Berg, if you'd like to provide testimony, please turn on your camera and your microphone.
Mr. Berg, are you there? Mr. Berg, are you on? I know we've got quite a bit of snow in the western part of the state, and that could be affecting this. So I'll ask one last time. Mr. Berg, can you join us, or are you having technical problems? Apparently, yeah, apparently not. So I'll close public testimony. I would, if he ever gets in, I'll allow him to say, have some testimony later.
Mr. Chairman, it's very likely he might be out on the road by now.
Yes.
We've got snowstorms going on over in his neck of the woods.
Right. I do have one final question for, yes, Heather. Is he on now? Okay, Mr. Berg, we can't see you, but hopefully we can hear you. Please proceed if you can hear us.
What I was gonna say here, I think we need to put more teeth into Rodney and the colonel and that of putting the people off for what they have done. If they are doing wrong, then give them the full authority. Because right now, it's really tough for them to do it.
Okay.
Were you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And I really appreciate the help we've got from everybody. There's no way we could have done it without all you people helping us. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Berg. I know you spent a lot of personal time on this, a lot of effort. Sorry we can't see you. I haven't seen you in a while. But yeah, thank you very much.
I haven't got to look any better.
Okay, and I imagine, and I imagine that the weather over in Kemmer, you'll be on the road quite a bit today.
The sun's shining.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Berg.
Thank you.
So, one last question, and I'll close public testimony with that, seeing no one else and no one on the Zoom. One last question for the agency. How soon can these rules go into effect?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. John Davis, Wyoming Department of Transportation. I'm the one who promulgates our rules. We're looking at about probably mid-January, if all goes according to schedule. Could be a little sooner, but it's 75 days after adoption.
Okay, so, yeah, I agree with what the co-chairman just mumbled, the quicker the better on this one. We're coming up into the busy time of the year for all the towing industry, so.
We certainly agree.
Okay, and if there's any way to expedite that, please do so.
We will do so.
Okay, thank you. Great. And I think it's great that we could take care of this issue without more legislation. And that's why I think we'd like to do more things in the state. So with that, okay, next issue is right-of-ways. Let's take a, I don't know what it is, 12-minute break. Come back at 9:30. If we could go back to order, please. Yes, if we can get everybody here, I don't even think I have a quorum. Representative Henderson. Representative O'Hearn.
I'll vote for anybody.
Okay. So Representative Burke, you've been watching this. How much snow do you have in Rock Springs?
They shut down last night, so I got that, and I think it was 3 to 5 inches, like early this morning.
Okay, so we have YDOT here if we want to address any of the issues.
They're here, we want them on the road.
Director, how are your snowplow operator skills? You don't have to come up here. We're just having some fun at your expense.
I do have a CDL, and I'm going to snowplow training next week.
Okay,
So that if in doubt, call, we'll help.
we'll look forward to seeing you up at Elk Mountain. With that, I think we'll proceed. Next topic is right-of-way rules, policies for use of right-of-ways. Heather, you did a nice report for us, so if you would give us a good summary. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, per your request, just a very high-level overview rather than reading you this fascinating information before you. The high-level overview is just that the state, in the situation of highways, through the Transportation Department and Commission, is authorized to acquire, hold, manage, develop, improve, operate, and maintain real property for the necessary of a public purpose of the public roads. And then there are such a variety statutorily as well as through case law that of uses for the public highway rights-of-way. And that extends to even county roads. One of the cases cited was a county situation, but the rationale and the reasoning of the court would apply to a public highway, a state public highway as well, is that there's such a variety of uses that already are permitted and allowed and have been used, including in the case cited, there was a rights of way for a turnout that was also included for a public transportation system. And that raises the question of whether a private entity is, would be allowed or permitted, or if they always have to be some sort of a public entity. But the court even said that a proposed use of a public road easement does not have to be intended to serve all members of the general public, to be in the public interest and to fit within the purpose of a public road easement. So I'm just trying to very high level, but it was quite broad in the uses. Essentially, if the state owns it, it can be for whatever use the state wants it to be, as long as it's typically of a public purpose. But that has been interpreted, and it's in this memo of being quite broad as far as the different uses of a public purpose, or if there's adequate consideration indicated for it. There are also some of the statutory uses that already exist are for a public utility or communication company to set their fixtures, facilities along, under, or in the roads, off-road vehicles, snowmobiles, water rights-of-way, railroads, and mining companies are all examples of folks statutory in Wyoming statutes, let alone some of the other states, which the tail end of the memo goes into what some other states have used for their rights-of-way. That's high level. I didn't go into the details and rationale, but I think that, as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, that you wanted that level.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Heather, I hope I'm reading the case correctly. You provided a case out of Washington that seemed compelling to me in the fact that they ruled, did they not, that even a private entity, if it's determined that that can be for the public good, it shouldn't prohibit state government, for example, from allowing a private entity into a right-of-way if there is a common good. Did I read that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, yes, you read that correctly, and the Wyoming Supreme Court cited that Washington case as being compelling to its rationale in the Teton County case that was also earlier cited. For example, that they found it that not only, that in particularly instructive that not only that a public road easement may be used for an underground sewer line, but also that such a right is not defeated solely because the sewer line is to be constructed by a private entity. And then there was another quotation, wouldn't you know it, it's not one that I highlighted to tell you, but that says that just because a private entity gains some benefit doesn't mean that there's not public benefit as well for whatever the use is.
Thank you. Appreciate your work on that, Heather.
Yes. Nice job on that, Heather. I think that goes a long way to answering the questions we've had on use of those rights of way and how we can do that, how the department can do it. So, thank you again. So, thank you. So with that, Director, you want to come up? I think I have one question and the answer may make this very short. So, Director, I believe last time when we met in August, we asked you to go for a AG opinion on this, and I think I already know the answer, but have you received that opinion yet?
Mr. Chairman, no.
Okay, so I think the AG's office is right now really overworked. And I think they're down on staff also, but I think staff has given us a good roadmap forward with that, and answered our question is, can we do what we've been doing with access to the right-of-way and the uses of the right-of-way. So with that, any questions for the Director? Okay. So I think with that, we answered the question. Mr. Co-Chair? I think that takes care of that issue. I don't want to, we allowed quite a bit of time for it. We allowed 45 minutes, but I think we've had the question answered adequately.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, and I appreciate the work of the department, the work of our staff. Thank you, Heather, again. I think that it was prudent for us to cross that T and dot the I. We just wanted assurances that are we operating in a good and prudent way, and I think we are. I think the right-of-ways out there, there are going to be a lot of considerations going forward, and there's a couple in front of the committee today. So I think it was important that we laid that foundation, and really appreciated it. I think we're all set to consider some bills.
Director?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. I think what I tell you is today, as we operate, and we are in the business as we speak, of permitting access to right-of-ways for lots of different, entities. The one I think that's always sort of on our mind today, and it will be significant here in the next couple of years with the amount of money coming from IDGA, is certainly this issue of broadband. And really with the stated goal of, hey, let's get high-speed broadband to every resident in the state. And was able to sit through the a day-and-a-half conference that talked about some of that. There was some good news that I just share with the committee on that regard, because you've asked me some of these issues before, and one of the issues has always been really the speed of permits with the Forest Service and BLM. And so one of the sets of guidance that actually came out just very recently in updated rules for IDGA was that the Department of Commerce would be the lead federal agency for all federal agencies involved in the permitting process. So what that means is that you can use the environmental policies of the Department of Commerce, which are actually closer to what we'd like in terms of speed, than Forest Service and BLM, and And we had actually asked for that a couple of years ago. In fact, if you remember that letter that we wrote a year ago on your direction to try and solve that issue, you know, part of that discussion as we worked it was, hey, could somebody else be the lead federal agency? And so it's so new. I don't know exactly how the rules will look like when that comes out, but from our standpoint, that was a step in the right direction in terms of speed of permitting in the rights of way that the broadband companies would have to deal with BLM and Forest Service. So that was good news there. And we're still operating with our broadband companies as, hey, listen, there's got to be some sort of value that for both sides. Obviously broadband, you know, is getting access to the right of way. For us as the state, we're looking for some sort of benefit. And so far, we've been able to work through that process.
Okay, so Director, if you look at, and I'll just use real world examples, you look at Highway 130 going over the Snowy Range. You cross private land, it crosses federal land, it crosses Forest Service land, and who knows what all. Very complicated ownership where that. So this, using the one agency, Department of Commerce, for the permitting and that would speed up any use you have for that right of way. Not that there's a whole lot of right of way to that road, but that clarifies a lot of interagency squabbling, I guess you could say.
Mr. Chairman, what it does is it, and it is sort of a federal, it's been used in other places where you get multiple federal agencies involved at once, and instead of each agency using their own individual rules, which vary, then you take one and we're going to use this agency's rules. And so then you start talking about ArQuest. You know, if you want to get into our right of way, typically we do what's called, without getting into too many details, what's called a categorical exclusion, which means, hey, you know what? We've already been there. We've dug it up or we built a road. We're pretty sure that there's nothing there. And so you can use those rules versus a full-fledged environmental, you know, review process. And our understanding right now is that the Department of Commerce's CE rules are significantly closer to ours than what the BLM or Forest Service was. And identifying them as the lead federal agency means that their rule set will be used and not Forest Service or BLM. And this was, you know, I have to give credit. I'm not sure where that decision was made. Certainly that was something that was pushed up from the field, and it was really nice to see that come out from the agency.
All right. Representative Stiver, you look like you had a question. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
I don't think we need to do anything else with this. Director, have you seen staff's report? I would just ask you to review that a little bit when you get a chance.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I did receive it, I think yesterday or the day before, so I scanned through it quick. A detailed study note.
Okay. So a couple things in there, though. Whatever the other use is for the right-of-way, it cannot impact the actual use of the road. You can't obstruct traffic to do it, in effect. You know, you couldn't build a home in the right-of-way, I don't think.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I asked Mr. Gillette to come up with me. I didn't know where the conversation would go, but I will tell you that as our chief engineer, he reminds me of that all the time. Hey, we got a clear zone. We bought that right of way for road safety purposes, and that is absolutely our approach. Is our responsibility, safety of traveling public, and that takes a right of way, and that's clear.
Okay. Mr. Gillette, any comments?
Mr. Chairman, Mark Gillette, Chief Engineer with WYDOT. No, I think the director covered that very well.
Okay. And very diplomatic. Okay. So, Director, just a couple thoughts. And there's no legislation on this. This was a good piece of work by staff and that. But, you know, if I think we're still open to the ability to, you know, charge for that access in certain circumstances. And I'd ask that any charging, you know, and I know we trade access for things, that it all be consistent. and that, so, and make good use out of the right-of-ways. I can think of some things I would probably object to putting in the right-of-ways, but those are all safety issues, and that. But I think we have our direction. We can go forward with the use of that right-of-way pretty much as we have been.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So with that, I think the next topic, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Furphy, don't leave yet.
Very quickly. I assume it's obvious, but personal property rights, that's a big issue. So if you acquire personal property as part of a right-of-way, you do have to compensate the property owner appropriately. I assume that means appraisals, et cetera. Am I correct on my thinking there? Thank you.
Director?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy, so that's a good question. First, I'll tell you, the rule is, we try to take as little private property as we can in all road construction processes. Obviously, it's a requirement to build a road. So that's our first rule, is minimum. And that's why the right-of-way is typically pretty small. Two is, yes, if there's a fair appraisal and the appraised value is paid. And we have a whole section that works on right-of-way and appraisals. We did recently go through that. The most recent one where we were involved in some of that was out with the expansion of the highway in Star Valley, heading north out of Etna and South Alpine. So there was public right-of-way that was required to expand that road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. But certainly there's a very defined legal process to ensure fairness for individual properties.
Other questions? So one thing too, for most of the members of the committee, there are a few who remember this, I think. A number of years ago, we did revise, and I think what you're getting at, Representative Furphy, we did revise the eminent domain statutes, and frankly made it much harder to use eminent domain. If I remember those correctly, it was quite a discussion on the floor of both chambers. And if you look at them, you'll see that the use of eminent domain is very limited now for any of those kind of projects. It pretty much requires any agency to go into some pretty heavy negotiations to get access or to purchase land or that. So am I correct if I remember?
You are correct, Mr. Chairman. It is, and it should be. The one thing I probably neglected to say is what's required to be paid is fair market value, which is where the appraisal comes in.
Okay, any other questions? Director, thank you. Hang with us. I don't know that we'll have many other comments. Any comments on the right-of-way rules, policies, all of that? We're not talking about any legislation at this time, and I apologize to some of the people who are here who have not seen this report. I just got it yesterday, or actually late on Tuesday evening. So proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Catherine Wilkinson here today on behalf of All West Communications and Silver Star Communications, here to thank you for diving into this issue and just let you know that this is something that we hope that industry can be proactive in developing some considerations to go lay the broadband in the right-of-way. And we are working proactively to come up with some standards that we would like to present for your consideration, hopefully taken up at the next interim, that would involve all of the stakeholders in the right-of-way. So we wanted to just let you know that we are working, and thank you for your work on this issue. I would stand for any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Wilkinson, I would invite that work from the telecommunications industry. If you can propose rules to us, it's much better than us proposing rules to all of you and that. And I think, you've already seen that this morning with some of the other things where groups have proposed those. We don't need to pass legislation, and I would much rather handle those things in that manner. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other public comment? Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom for this? Okay. All right. With that, I'll close public testimony, and we will move on into off-road recreational vehicles. And Heather, I believe that Senate President Dockstetter wanted to speak on this, so if you would make sure he's available. Okay, I know he's traveling and he's dealing with our wonderful roads and the weather between here and Kemmer, so, and Star Valley. So hopefully he's back on. I'll give him some deference, though. So Heather, do you want to walk us through Bill Draft 23 LSO 0020? Off-road vehicles. If I can find it.
Mr. Chairman, this is Working Draft 0.5.
Proceed.
Okay. This bill draft specifies, it goes into existing statutes regarding off-road recreational vehicles, and it specifies requirements for their use near an interstate. And so what it goes into in two different statutes, both in Title 31, Chapter 5. And the first one is 31.5.124 regarding off-road recreational vehicles. And at the top of page 2, it modifies the prohibition for being operated, it says off-road recreational vehicles shall not be operated on interstate highways, and instead, this modifies it to be that they shall not be operated on the roadway or right-of-way of an interstate highway, except in accordance with the 1601. So we're gonna go to 1601 and see the changes that are here at 31-5-1601. The rest of page 2, or most of page 2, are the conforming amendments to refer to the changes that are being made in subsection E. And so this is providing that the off-road recreational vehicles may be operated on the interstate highways, given some provisions, given some requirements, that they may be operated adjacent to the highway on a trail where there is a physical barrier between the trail and the interstate highway, and the trail is a designated, marked, or signed as one of Wyoming's off-road recreational vehicle trails pursuant to that section of the statutes about the off-road recreational vehicle trails. And then there are some requirements for the recreational vehicle itself, and that's that it needs to, when it's being operated in this manner adjacent to a highway, that it is operated by a person with a valid driver's license for the type or class of vehicle being operated, and that displays a license plate as required in the statutes that are appropriate to that. And then here's the other safety measure, that it shall only cross the interstate highway through an opening in the physical barrier between that and the designated trail.
Okay. Questions for staff on the bill? Questions? Okay. Heather, I do have one then. Under C on page 3, and I know I tend to be a little narrow-minded on some of these things. The way I read that, it almost implies you could drive across the interstate itself if the department gave you permission. And I don't think that's what we intended. The discussion was using an established crossing such as an underpass or something like that. Am I reading too much into this, or I'm being a little too narrow-minded?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not 100% sure that I understand your question, but this does say that they would be able to cross the interstate, but only at a designated crossing between one of these designated trails and the interstate, and so the crossway itself is designated.
Okay, so, and we do define off-road recreational vehicles, And I guess what I'm thinking of here is, and it goes back a number of years, there was a very tragic accident up near Togety where someone on a snowmobile tried to jump the highway and was met with a semi. I want to make sure we're avoiding an incident like that.
Mr. Chairman, and a snowmobile has a different definition under statute, so as to the specific vehicle, but that doesn't mean that such a situation couldn't happen with something defined as an off-road recreational vehicle. However, it would seem in a situation like that where when it was having a daredevil maneuver of jumping the highway, that would most likely not be a designated crossing. These need to be, there's rules for the vehicle trails and how they are created.
Mr. Chairman? Okay. Yes, Senator, I know what you're going to say, I think. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that when it talks about being a designated crossing, there is, to my knowledge, there is no designated crossing for public that's not an underpass or an overpass. So,
okay.
All right. I don't think it's an issue.
I just want to make sure we're clear in statute, that's all. And, I want to be very specific. Heather?
Mr. Chairman, these also may not exist, I don't want to state more than this says, which is, it could also be that such crossings don't exist because they have not previously been allowed. But most likely, safety would warrant that it would be as Senator Pappas was. I don't want to project how they would designate these. There's folks far more qualified who would be doing the designating behind me.
Okay, all right. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Heather. I guess with that, Director, Colonel, whoever you want to bring with you. And by the way, to that last comment, I thought what Senator Pappas would say is you can't fix stupid, so. There have been other
Mr. Chairman,
similar
that
incidents.
is a true statement.
Yes.
I would like to see a snowmobile try and jump the interstate. I mean, there's probably a big enough ramp and enough speed you could. So, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed, and I see you've brought Mr. Glenn with you also. So we have two agencies.
Check.
So proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, I think part of this discussion here is as we worked through last year, is certainly having off-road vehicles in the interstate is a change. And it's not one that has been allowed in the past. It's probably not something we would volunteer for, but as we've said in the past, we would support it. On this basis of hooking up trail to trail to support the economy of portions of our state. Not interested in having a trail from one end of I-80 to the other. And as you recall, the discussion has been, I think it was 3.5 miles that sort of drove this last year. And as we said, we certainly will support that initiative if that's the will of the body. And most of this deals with setting, most of this bill deals with setting the conditions for that. And I think there'll be discussion for this group. The other thing I would like to just bring to your attention is on page 3, paragraph C, and the discussion of what do these crossings look like. Here's where to just, maybe I'll provide the overview, and there's smarter guys to my left and right, is what is important to us, whether or not we allow people in roads in the interstate, is the ability to get under or over the interstate, and that's what this deals with. If the law says thou shalt not have an off-road vehicle in the interstate, if there's a road that goes underneath the interstate, like a county road, then by law, you've actually penetrated the space of the interstate. And so, as you might probably recall from Rock Springs, the discussion there was, hey, we do need permission to allow a trail set up by our friends at State Parks to go either under or over the interstate. And so that's really the purpose of that paragraph. Now, we do have an amendment eventually to get to, just to maybe clean up that language a little bit, but that's the concept, is just to be very clear in statute that it's okay if you go under or over the interstate if you don't touch it, and we'll designate it in cooperation with State Parks. So that's that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think, let me kick it to Mr. Rossetti and then to Mr. Glenn, and we can see where the discussion goes.
Mr. Rossetti?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taylor Rossetti, Support Services at WYDOT. I think as the director mentioned here, the thing to remember is that this is an expansion of where we're using these vehicles now. And as you guys recall, and the director just alluded to, the thing at play here really is the interstate rights of way. I think we're willing to work with the body to figure out what is most sensible based on your guys' direction. I do think, as the director mentioned, depending on which direction you guys would like to go, we do have some proposed changes to the language that I think would clear up actually the very question that you asked, Chairman Burkhart, was just trying to clarify what those crossings might look like and being a little bit more clear that it's just not cutting a hole in the fence and rolling up over the road. With that, I'd certainly turn it over here to Mr. Glenn. We've been working pretty closely as we work through this, mutually supportive of the goal of their agency, and they're supportive of the highway safety for us. So thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Glenn?
Mr. Chairman, Dave Glenn, Deputy Director of Wyoming State Parks, Historic Sites and Trails. One thing I just want to throw out is we just really appreciate working with WYDOT side by side, trying to work together to find ways to say yes on some of these things and still meet the safety needs. The amendments that they're coming forth with proposing, we've worked side by side with them, and we're very supportive of that concept. And I think I'd pass it back to you all to dive in, if it's your pleasure, sir.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I was just thinking that side by side is really what we're talking about here, so that works out really well.
Okay, all right. Other questions? Okay, so Director, maybe one, and we talk about it. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank Mr. Chair, and to whoever wants to answer this question. In this conversation of working together, and you covered yesterday how I think 70+% of the responsibility of what you guys have to deal with in regards to signs, safety, rights of way. And you had, yesterday I recall the conversation about, yes, working side by side, but more specifically, when that county road meets the city and you have these bridges, so from District 44 to District 12, we walk under an interstate and it's an open way. I know WYDOT does the best they can to, pick up litter and trash and stuff, and a lot of times work with various temp agencies to have that done. When that cross collaboration happens between the Wyoming Department of State Parks and Historic Sites and walkways and trailways and this kind of deal, I remember first job out of high school for me was with the Historic Governor's Mansion. So, and I've seen all the great, beautiful work that your department has done since that time. And then in the spirit of wanting to acknowledge, true and accurate history down in the pike, and also doing something that's pleasing to the eye and nice to walk and everything like that, how do we move forward as a community with the different levels of government, different departments, specifically between the city and the state on that matter, especially with all these great new projects going on? If you can give me kind of like a vision of how each of your departments maybe sees that going forward.
Representative, just reminder, we're discussing off-road vehicle access, and I think we've gone into a completely different realm, which is not in within the purview of this bill. So, but if anyone wants to give a quick answer. Okay, seeing none. Director?
Mr. Chairman, I just share that, just as you see here today, our responsibility to the state is to work with different levels of government for the success of the residents, your constituents across the state, and will continue to do so in whatever mechanism that looks like.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the director, is there some form of a safety valve just in case, for example, maybe there was a plan, an interstate plan to widen the interstate, and suddenly there was not enough room for the ORV or something like that? Is there any kind of a safety valve so that if things change, or maybe it just is not working out, that you can go make substantial changes? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative McGuire. To me, absolutely. As really Ms. Jarvis pointed out in the previous discussion, the right-of-way is our responsibility. What's in there or not in there is our task. And if it's not safe, we can't allow it. And so you know, part of working with state parks is, hey, listen, we're only going to let you build one of these off-road trails where it is safe. It's got to be up by the fence. We're going to have a barrier of some sort of fence in between. If it gets close to the road, we got to have some other sort of discussion. And in the end, I think we have to realize, you know, as a state, the task and purpose of the right-of-way is safety of the traveling public. And if things change, and eventually we may, right, add a third lane to that road that traverses east to west in the southern part of our state. And it may change what the use of the right-of-way looks like there. But I'm comfortable that working with state parks, if it doesn't work, then the permission is revoked.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. So, Director, I do have one, and maybe the elephant in the room. Who pays for these? How are they paid for? I mean, you know, putting up fencing, you know, signage, all of that costs money. And that, is there an appropriation that's needed, or how do we pay for it?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, that's a fair question. What I would say is not your Department of Transportation. It's not our task and purpose, right? And what I would turn would be to the gentleman to my left, your right, and say, I believe that is their responsibility in terms of recreational trails.
Okay. Mr. Glenn.
Mr. Chairman, if the trail were to be enrolled in the state parks trails program, we could have some responsibility and skin in the game in putting together a trail that parallels the freeway. I can tell you, one of the things we did was sit and look you all face to face and say, we're not going to come to you unless this is the last resort on this piece. I can't look you in the face specifically on this bill and say, this is the last resort and we're coming to you on this piece. I think we still have some trap lines to run. I think we still have some things to run to ground. One of the things in our agency that we look at is trying to run things like a business and having integrity to do that. From our perspective, looking at this piece, it would be over an annual year's budget for our OHV program to put this trail in. Building a barrier, depending on what the definition of the barrier is, and other things. For us, we can't look at that and say this is a financial feasible project, that we have to stop all of our work across the state to connect these 3 miles of trail.
So, Mr. Glenn, this would end up being call it a multi-year program to get that addressed and get this in. It wouldn't occur like next week or anything.
Mr. Chairman, you are correct, and at this point in time, we maybe wouldn't enroll the trail. We would maybe want some skin in the game from some other groups to help fund that piece as well. Again, spending up to potentially $1 million to $3 million for 3.5 miles of trail just doesn't make financial sense for us.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add to that, I think he's exactly correct. That, you know, in my mind, in the trail that was brought to us for question, I think there's a local entity there that would have some skin in the game and to say, hey, yeah, we'll kick in. I'm not sure in the end that this all would fall to a state agency. It's for, you know, in this case, what we're talking out by Evanston is for certainly that region's economic development. And I think there's quite a nice actually a group there who I think would fiscally support it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who's going to do the enforcement for speed, taking care of the trail itself, making sure it's groomed properly, trash pickup? Is that going to fall to your guys's or the county?
Mr. Glenn, Director, or I guess you're throwing Mr. Crowder a bone here.
Not enough mics.
There we go. Chairman, members of the committee, Forrest Kaminga. I am the State Trails Program Manager for Wyoming State Parks and Historic Sites and Trails. To answer Mr. Stivar's question, what would happen is the way the Trails Program works is we enter into partnership agreements with local law enforcement and possibly nonprofits to for trail maintenance, enforcement, and possibly litter cleanup. So,
Follow up? No? Okay. All right. Mr. Co-Chair.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kaminga, just for clarification, that's going on all over the state now. How many miles of trail do you have in the program now?
So there's kind of different components. Oh, sorry, Chairman Burkhart.
Proceed.
Yep. There's a different level or different levels of enrollment to our trails program. As of right now, with restricted trail in the state, we have right about 800 miles. So that's 50-inch or less or single track. And we do have a small sliver of what we call a 64-inch trail, which would be side-by-side trails. And then our next level is enrolled routes. And in order to be enrolled, we have several county roads enrolled, Forest Service roads, BLM roads, and there's approximately 40,000 miles of enrolled route that you can legally travel just displaying an ORV registration.
Did I hear that correctly? 40,000 miles?
40,000 miles, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Other questions? Okay. So, thank you. And just a reminder, we're on 23 LSO 0020, bill draft. Yes, Mr. Rossetti.
Mr. Chairman, just one last thing. I think there's some people here that want to put in some good comment. We do, again, depending on what the pleasure of the committee is and which direction you want to go after you hear the comment, we may have some suggestions for some language that will help clear up some issues, whether we want them to just simply be able to cross in certain areas or whether we want to consider allowing the building in the right-of-way. But I really think that that's going to be based upon the direction that you guys want to go. I don't want to force a policy decision down your throat.
Mr. Rossetti, do you have those suggestions, say, in writing that we could look at?
I do, sir.
Okay. And if you would give those to staff and they can pass those out and we'll take a look at them. Thank you. So, Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who would be best suited to answer the question, but when we talk about the financial impact, we're looking right now just on the money going out to build the barriers and whatnot. But in the reality of it all, would some of the permit fees that we're collecting for the off-road stickers as well as the out-of-state revenue source we're trying to pull in for the economic diversity, wouldn't some of this money actually offset the cost of the state to repair and build some of these barriers that we're having the financial impact?
Mr. Glenn, I think you're in line to answer that one.
Representative Burkhart, Representative Burt, yes, to some degree. But again, from a business perspective, it will never catch up to the amount of money that we have to put in to pay and maintain, to build and maintain that trail.
Follow up? You look quizzical, that's why.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if we ever like the word never. I mean, we look at, the largest gathering of of off-road vehicles is in, our neighbor, right? And where I'm at, in Sweetwater County, we have the Kilpecker Sand Dunes, which we don't, we have a lot of limited access if you don't live within Sweetwater County. So building that 3 miles and then moving the availability from our neighboring state to bring in that off-road traffic, the whole idea of the economic diversity of what we're looking at for the state is not to look at, well, we'll never reach that benchmark. I think our goal is to say, we want to directly compete with our neighbors and we want their traffic to come here to increase revenue into the millions, into the communities. So I can see where you're at on the business side, forefront, yes, I understand where you're at. And as kind of a steward for the taxpayer dollar, I do see our goal as a communities come together should be able to help facilitate some of the cost to the state by bringing in out-of-state revenue sources. So just more of a comment, sorry, Mr. Chairman, not really a question.
Mr. Glenn?
Representative Burkhart, Representative Burt, you probably said it better than I could, and you're right about using the never comment. When you start thinking about the tax dollars and the lodging dollars and the gasoline and groceries, you're right, that adds up. Just looking at it solely from the trails perspective, when we look at that, it doesn't really pencil out, but you're right when you throw in some of those other things. Good point.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To what extent does the federal piece of this play in development of our trails and use of right-of-way?
Mr. Glenn, Director, somebody?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, we did ask Federal Highway, what they said is fine.
Mr. Glenn?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, there also is some federal funding available too, called the Recreation Trail Program, which is federal gas tax dollars that come back to us. And we grant those out to nonprofits. We grant them out to federal agencies. It could be for signage. It could be for other things. It's approximately about $1 million a year.
Okay. Right. Other questions? So just a reminder, we're talking specifically, and this bill is somewhat narrow in description of off-road recreational vehicles, which are defined in statute. So, and that does not include, frankly, snowmobiles. It's specific to certain vehicles. Doesn't include bicycles. It's very specific. So with that, okay, thank you. I think with that then, I'll open it up to public comment. Any agencies? Okay, no agencies. Okay. And I'm going to deviate a little bit. Senate President Dockstader has been actually trying to get here, and our road conditions have prevented that. So I'm going to give some deference to the Senate President. And Heather, if you would let President Dockstader in, please.
Mr. Chairman, it looks as though he's in. He just needs to turn on his microphone and camera.
Okay. President Dockstader, if you would turn on your microphone and your camera, and you're probably in your vehicle somewhere. Yeah, pull over first. If you.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. We can't see you, though.
Well, all right, good enough. Let me just jump in here before the other folks, and I do appreciate that. I had great intentions of being there in person, but I-80 looks like on a winter day, and that kind of changed my schedule. So I'm pulled over here at a truck stop to talk to you, and it's an interesting route. And it doesn't take long to change things around. Semis on their side, and those trucks that pull those new trailers across the country, one of those laying on their side, that's a piece of bad luck. But anyway, been to multiple meetings on this. Senator Schuler and I have. And that's the point I wanted to make for the committee, is that it's not like we just showed up and started working on this. We've had multiple meetings there in Uena County, in Evanston, at the Uena County building, trying to sort out how we're going to do this. Senator Schuler and I have been out visiting the site, trying to sort this out. And I think I'm hoping that we can find a solution and get this bill moved forward, making the necessary changes, say on page 3 with number C. I've got the bill in front of me here in my truck. And I think that if we can make those necessary changes, to keep the folks at YDOT happy, we ought to set it up for the time that when we get those folks that are ready to step in with the skin in the game, we've got the legislation ready. Co-chairs and committee, I'd just like to say, we're seeing a big interest in this. We created something with the Idaho, up in the northern part of Lincoln County. We created something with the Idaho counties there called the Caribou Loop Trail. Links up two forests, Caribou Targhee and the Bridger Teton National Forest, but we had to use county roads to link it all up through our valley. And that's worked. And what I've seen happen since we opened that up about a year ago is these folks are rolling into town. They're buying their motel rooms. They're staying there in places like Alpine and Afton, and taking their vehicles and running up and down the linked county roads and doing the loop trail out into the Caribou Targhee, out into the Bridger Teton. It has brought more tourism. And in a place like Southwest Wyoming and Evanston, so close to the Wasatch Front, I suspect that they would bring even more to their economy. So what we need to do with this bill is just set it up so that when the time comes and we can get the skin in the game to cover the costs, that we're ready to go. It's a changing market. Those vehicles they bring up, those recreational vehicles, many of them cost more than the truck that I'm sitting in now, waiting to get back onto I-80 with. They're serious about spending money. So with that, I'll get out of the way and let the other people there to testify and see if I can turn a camera on. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Senate President Dockstader? Okay, Representative Stiver, I kind of knew you'd want a grilling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Dockstader, what about the open range in the private property owners through that area? In particular, if they've been, how's that going to be enforced when these guys take off and destroy somebody's field?
Senator Dockstader, care to answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From what I've heard and from the places we've visited, I don't feel that that's a big concern. We've had the landowners into several meetings down there, and I feel like that's addressed, especially with education, once we get it opened up. I don't think it's a free-for-all. We've watched that in our own area. In the forest, there's a lot of open areas, and we just simply held a series of educational meetings repetitively every year saying, respect the trails that we have marked, use those, and it's worked out for the most part. I can say it's worked out pretty well.
Follow-up, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hunted Area 103 quite a bit over there, and I'm sitting out there, I walk in, and next thing you know, here comes two four-wheelers right through the area. No trail, no nothing. That's what I'm concerned about. Is they're not, we're going to have people not following the rules. They'll see an open field and let's just take off and go. So I'll be a no on this.
Senator Dockstader, comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Stiver, or Representative Stiver. I respect that. There will be those who perhaps do that, but I feel like we've reached a point where, in order to have the cooperation to have this trail, we'll have the cooperation from those using the trail. Mr. Chairman, that one isn't the big concern. My big concern was, how do we address this with the interstate? And I feel like we've reached a point, thus the many meetings that Senator Schuler and I went to make sure that we had the trail situation addressed along I-80 there. And I respect the good general's concerns. That's a valued piece of highway. A few minutes here, I'm going to grab a bag of stale popcorn and Coke and continue heading east, and hopefully before the general closes the place down and we can get back into Cheyenne. But I respect his concern for I-80.
Senator Dockstader, please don't eat, drink, and drive all at the same time, especially on these road conditions. Thank you. Any other questions for Senator? Representative Romero Martinez.
Mr. Chairman, President Dockstader, now that I know that we're not talking about off-road vehicles like electric bikes, and thanks for clarifying that earlier, my question regarding the entire state of Wyoming, when you just conceptualize this big square, my question is, when we talk about this collaboration, and maybe this is a better question, when we look at the all of these areas that these off-road trails can go, how many of them cross over land that were parts of the original 3 treaties formative to the state of Wyoming? And like, have we consulted with both the tribes or any of the other treaty folks, whether the Treaty of Hidalgo heirs, the Treaty of Fort Bridger, or the Treaty of the Shoshone-Bannock, either versions of them, in order to maybe coordinate with federal side in regards to having that collaboration with the Department of Historic Sites and Trails? And if anything could be done there, has there been any conversation there, or is that a moot point at this time?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you for asking that. I'm going to let the historic site folks answer that question.
Okay. Thank you, President Dockstader. And again, we're talking about off-road vehicle access along the interstate right-of-ways. So, any other questions? Okay, President Dockstader, thank you very much for your time. Please drive carefully.
Thank you.
We all want to see you again.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So with that, any other legislators? No state agencies, no legislators? Okay. Public? Anybody from the public want to speak on this bill? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. We're all familiar with you, but for the record, please identify yourself.
Good morning, Chairman. Mark Tesoro with Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trails, also called SWAT. I know that I'm on the agenda later for the updates, so I can give a few brief public comments now, or if you'd like, I can tie it all in and wrap it up rather quickly. It's your pleasure.
Please proceed. And remember, the bill we're discussing is off-road access to the interstates. So
yes, sir.
Proceed.
Yes, sir. So again, Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trails, SWAT, is an economic development project for the communities of Southwest Wyoming. We've been working on this project for well over 2 years at a city, a county, a state level, and even a federal level at this point right now with some of the access that we're working on for Fossil Butte National Monument. You know, the 3 mile connection that you've been talking about this morning is very important to the access to Evanston. You had mentioned there was a question about who would be responsible for that trail, who would be responsible for the cleanup of that area. We have volunteers on our board, in our group, who are already doing that work, who are already out on the county roads picking up trash, working on signage. In the August presentation, there was a question about signage, and I brought an example of a sign that we are currently using on the county roads. This is a standard Carsonite sign that is very, very familiar in the Forest Service. Fiberglass sign. This was purchased last year from a state trails grant. We purchased enough to sign Phase 1 and Phase 2. And we have the American flag on top of it. From our friends at the Forest Service, their recommendation was to, yes, sir.
But, Mr. Tesoro, don't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
But you said we purchased. I take it that's SWAT
Yes, sir.
or another organization?
Yes, our nonprofit
Your
group, SWAT.
nonprofit purchased those to sign the roads. Well,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for that.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, please proceed.
Okay. We have our logo on there. We have the directional marker sign on there, and also the county road. So this was done in cooperation with the Uintah County Road and Bridge on where they wanted the signs and how often. And we placed about 60 of these signs out on our Phase 1, which was the 9 county roads that were approved. We had an additional 11 county roads that were approved this summer, so we're working on signing for phase 2. So as far as the maintenance and as far as the picking up trash and signage, the local skin in the game, which are local organizations like ours, and ours is not going to be like doing the work necessarily for the trail system in Pinedale. There's a snowmobile club that's in Pinedale that is doing the same type of work that we are. They're ready to go to start signing their areas there. And that money is available through State Trails, the State Trails program through grants. We did apply for a $50,000 grant last year, and we've used about $8,000 of that. And then this year, we've just recently, last month, also applied for another grant for educational and signing purposes for what we're working on now. Since I presented in August, the town of Superior has also signed on to the State Trails program and enrolling their local city roads. And I think the town of Granger, I have lined up a presentation with them, and I think that they'll be getting on board as well. The city of Rock Springs, the town of Pinedale, and the city of Green River all waited last year to enact a similar ordinance pending legislation. So they're waiting to see what the legislature does, but they are very on board with accessing the community, trying to open it up and create ways for people to come in on off-road vehicles into those communities. Sweetwater County, Carbon County now, and Lincoln and Uintah County, I mean, all of us together, working together and opening up accessibilities to the counties and to the cities. I did mention Fossil Butte National Monument. That was discussed in August a little bit. We have been doing some work on that in the past several months with the National Park Service. Currently, the National Park Service does not allow ATVs and side-by-sides into the National Monument, even if you have a state of Wyoming license plate. You can drive a Harley there, you can drive a Jeep there, you can drive an RV there, but you cannot drive on the paved road to the National Monument Visitor Center. So we've been working with Lincoln County officials, city officials, Senator Barrasso's office, Cynthia Lummis's office, and Liz Cheney's office as well, to try and work on access with the National Park Service. They have what they call a compendium, which is limiting, a local compendium, which is limiting what they are able to allow in there. So we've been working on that, and I think Senator Dockstader mentioned that in August. You know, this is really a way for us to access that monument through easements and through accessibility in rights of way. But we also have to get the federal government on board in the National Park Service, and you know, working on that currently. We have applied for a MCP grant with State Trails Office, and we'll be using that for additional signage and for the possibility of putting together some marketing to start inviting some of these people here. A month and a half ago, I did give a presentation to the Caribou Loop Trail Committee, which Senator Dockstader had mentioned up in Afton. They have a 210-mile loop in Idaho and connecting back into Wyoming. The idea is to connect what we're doing with SWAT in Uintah and Lincoln County with that project there. They currently have about, I think it's 9 commissioners and city council members and community members involved in that project. It's been going on for about 6 or 7 years to really get it rolling, from my understanding. But really, again, connecting that project, existing project, with what we're working on, tie that into Sweetwater County, tie that into other parts of Uintah County, possibly Carbon County. You know, the 4 blocks down the street from the county road to historic Fort Bridger, the access to the Wild Horse Scenic Loop from the underneath I-80 interstate in Green River, the access to the Wind Rivers from Pinedale, access to the Red Desert from Rock Springs, access to downtown Evanston is all part of this right-of-way issue. We do have a lot of partners in this project. Forest Service and BLM have been at the table for many of these discussions. In the presentation in Pinedale, they were also very excited because they want to be at the table, they want to be at the forefront, so that issues like use and management and littering and signage can all be addressed early on. So we have done our due diligence as much as possible to try and bring all of those partners in. And that also includes Game and Fish, and Wyoming State Weed and Pest have been with us as well. I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was some considerable discussion at the TRW committee meeting about outdoor recreation in the state of Wyoming. The State Outdoor Rec Office has been a fantastic partner for us. They're helping us put the proposal together for the feds, for the federal government on the National Park Service, and also working with us on some of these issues. Accessibility, some of these accessibility issues into and out of the communities. You know, having trailheads, having signage at the trailheads for education. That is the way that we will help kind of circumvent some of these issues. There's always going to be some bad apples that are out there that are, you know, abusing the trail system, not following the rules, and we have to take those into consideration, you know, as we're putting this together. But we do have local law enforcement, the sheriff's office, the chief of police. They are very on board with what we're working on in Uintah County. The chief of police is on our board, and he's been personally working on placing some of these signs on the phase 2 of the project. The deputy sheriff is also on our board. Uintah County purchased a side-by-side that is a sheriff's office vehicle equipped with lights and sirens so that they can help patrol these trails. So again, an all-out effort from many different entities to make this happen. And so, of course, we would support this right-of-way issue and bill. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Soro, thank you for the update. Comments on the bill?
Obviously, we want this to move forward. We've been working on it for a handful of years. When I approached the Economic Development Group in Uintah County about the idea of coming up with a trail system to bring some money into the area, I had no idea that this would lead me down the path of me sitting here before you today and trying to move some legislation forward. I thought they would take it and run with it and do something, but here I am, and I'm grateful for the opportunity for the committee to be addressing this again. You know, it's a lot of moving parts to what we're working on. We obviously are very strongly supporting this bill. Our partners at WYDOT, our partners at state parks, at state trails, and the Outdoor Rec Office, we couldn't have done it without all of them being involved.
Question? Okay, I'll just start in order. Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we just got off another bill on telecommunications along the right-of-way. Have you guys considered the impact you're going to have on the telecommunications crossings and stuff for the pipelines that cross under the interstate if this goes through?
Mr. Tesoro?
And how are we going to protect them?
Chairman Burkhart and Representative Stiver, we've tried to bring as many different entities to the table as possible. We haven't actually talked to telecommunications, like All West would be the one that's in our neighborhood, for example. But again, we are not talking about paving a trail. We're talking about using existing right-of-ways in some areas and then using area next to the interstate to make these happen. We are talking about on top of the ground, and I think if there was any need for that right-of-way to be dug up, you know, it would be, you know, easily done without interrupting a trail system.
Follow-up? Follow-up. What I'm talking about is like handholds that are surface mounted. There aren't traffic rated.
Mr. Tesoro?
Representative Burkhart and Representative Stiver, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what those are.
Representative, some
Yeah,
explanation or
thank you.
clarification, please?
Manhole is where they've got their splice case or their slack fiber in that are mounted, most of them, you know, what I do is we make sure they're buried 18 inches and they're traffic rated. You know, driving the interstate, I've seen them a lot surface mounted, and they're not traffic rated, they're just a little plastic box set out there, you know.
I'm sorry, I thought you said handhold.
Manhole, handhold,
Okay.
something.
Okay. Mr. Tesoro?
Representative Burkhart and Representative Stiver. So we haven't addressed utilities specifically. Again, the section that we're talking about on I-80 is a very small portion of the overall network of trails that we're talking about, connecting Evanston to Fort Bridger to the mountains, Fort Bridger to Rock Springs. And again, this is the public right-of-way. We're talking about already using the county road system. If there's a need to go around some of these utilities, I don't think it would be a problem any more than a bicycle or a Jeep going around some of these utilities.
I think Representative Baker, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that it used to be that the average person that visited the National Park Yellowstone only stayed for about a day and a half. And we know that people will take trips on snowmobiles for a day or a weekend. People take, you know, trips across the country to go on a motorcycle for Sturgis in a week at a time. My question to you is, what are you seeing as far as a trend as these trips? Are you seeing day trips, weekend trips? And do you anticipate, because I know in Southwest Wyoming, I travel to Utah a lot, and I see a lot of RVs coming back from Wyoming, and I think there go our deer, you know, say bye, but you know, there's just a lot of them. Are you anticipating that people will take an ORV and do a week hunting trip? I mean, what are you seeing up in the forest area that we've already kind of opened up? Thank you.
So, Mr. Tesoro, but I would remind everyone, we need to really stay somewhat on the topic of access. And that, although you have given us an update on, so the questions are acceptable. Go ahead.
Chairman Burkhart and Representative Baker, I think hunting is a component, but I think the bigger component is just inviting visitors and tourists to the area. In Kemmer recently, there was a ATV shop that just opened up for rentals. So I think they're looking out on the horizon. There's also one that's been opened up in Rock Springs just recently. And it's really the aspect of inviting people to this whole region so that they can see all that there is to see. The historical sites, the Mormon Trail, Fossil Butte National Monument, the Piedmont Kilns, the Red Desert and the Boar's Tusk, the Museum of the Mountain Man in Pinedale. All of those are accessible from an OHV. And it's maybe a little bit of an unconventional way to be bringing people into the state, but they're doing it already in other states. We have the infrastructure to do that. It's just a matter of inviting them. So marketing is also a key component. We need to be inviting these people to show them what we have.
So let's see. It was Representative Obermuller was next, and then we'll go to the other side of the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the prop you bought and the signage, I was just curious whose standards you follow in the development of your signage.
Mr. Tesoro?
Chairman Burkhart and Representative Obermuller, the signage, we kind of piggybacked off of what the Forest Service and the BLM already do. These signs are very recognizable in public lands right now. You know, we copied the dark brown that is used and the stickers that we have on there. With the American flag on there, it was kind of proven from the Forest Service research that if you have a flag on there, it's less likely to get shot up. So we started with that. And then adding our logo, of course, so people would know that they're on the SWAT trail system outside of Evanston. We've tried to use some of what is already acceptable in the signage realm to use. And then, of course, working with State Trails Office and Forest Service, for that.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Is there any effort
Proceed.
to coordinate what the signage is as between counties and through the whole trail system? Is there a coordinated effort in the signage?
Mr. Tesoro?
Chairman Burkhart and Representative Obermueller. I was very curious to see when I presented to the Caribou Loop Committee that they had done the same exact thing that we did. They have, of course, a different sticker for their logo. They have a little different design. They thought it was exciting that we had used the American flag, and so they're going to start doing that as well. As far as a state standard, I'm not sure there is, but we're, of course, relying on the State Trails Office for some input on that. I think it's important when you're traveling on a county road system that you label the county road so people know where you're at. And of course, the directional marker, like if there's private property that shouldn't be traveled on, we can easily, no access, stop. That could be done pretty easily.
Okay, thank you. The other side of the dais, Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address one of the concerns we had about the bad apples that, may leave these right-of-way roads if we start to develop them that get into the private lands. And like you said, we're going to have those individuals that, like the snowmobiler that tried to jump the highway. It's not what it was intended for, right? So we're going to have those. And correct me if I'm wrong, that the snowmobile community, the off-road vehicle community, the motorcycle community, that when we get into getting advances like this into those activities that we enjoy doing, that we really become more self-enforcers of our own communities, right? So, and again, I'm not a side-by-sider, I'm a motorcyclist, but when I know that I have other riders out there affecting the general public, giving me a bad image, that I try to stop that at my level. That way we don't come in here and try to write law to affect the whole community. As a side-by-side community, are they self-enforcing themselves to where, yes, we may have some of those individuals that are leaving the right-of-way roads and trespassing on private land? Aren't those other side-by-side riders trying to get them back into check? So what we're doing here isn't adversely affected.
Mr. Tesoro?
Chairman Burkhart and Representative Burt, absolutely. The side-by-side community is very proactive in self-policing. The people that are riding these machines know that it's a privilege to be riding on public lands. So the last thing they want to do is to jeopardize that. Of course, there's bad apples, and there's bad apples in any scenario, but the people that are out there and enjoying the ride, enjoying the scenery, enjoying the historic aspects, the last thing they want to do is lose accessibility. So, they're going to be the ones that are helping police it. It's the same way that maybe the Game and Fish works. If somebody sees someone poaching, it's the good hunters out there that are going to stop the people from poaching because they'll be the first ones to turn them in.
Okay, follow-up question?
Just one more, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this relates to the signage on your right-of-way roads, stuff like that, which could help alleviate anybody getting lost or confused and then, getting off the public land into the private land. Is there any talk about possibly putting a UR code or some kind of scannable code on your sign? So if I'm coming in and I'm renting in the business you just talked about, Rock Springs, is brand new. They're just starting in. So I can go in and rent a side-by-side, but I may not be completely familiar. This may be something completely new to me. That if I can now get on the trail system and I get lost, that it might be something out there that I could just take a scan on my phone and then log in or send me to a map app to say this is public, this is kind of like what we do for our hunting. Is there any discussion of that for your signs?
Mr. Tesoro?
Chairman Burkhart and Representative Burt, yes, absolutely. The Caribou Loop Trail, on their signs, they currently put on the GPS coordinates. So if somebody has an issue, maybe an accident, a breakdown, something like that, they can get to that sign and read off the GPS coordinates. So that's definitely something we're considering. We've also partnered with Onyx Maps, who is a well-known mapping company. They also have Onyx Hunt, but Onyx Maps, we currently have Phase 1 and some of Phase 2 listed on Onyx Maps, so somebody can pull that up on their phone digitally and see where they are at. And also partner with another group called Tread Lightly, which has helped get some of that information out and will be a good partner moving forward in educating people on the importance of taking care of the trail system.
Okay, so, thank you, Mr. Tesoro.
Yes, sir.
So, back on LSO Draft 23, LSO 0020. Any other public comment? Anyone else wishing to speak on the bill draft?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we have Senator Schuler online.
Okay, please admit Senator Schuler. Senator Schuler, can you hear us?
How are you doing today? Thanks, Senator Burkhart, excuse me, Representative Burkhart, Chairman Burkhart. Can you hear
Very
me?
good. Are you where you can use your camera, or are you going to do it strictly by audio?
I'm actually on the road, so I think I'll just do it with audio, if that's
Okay,
all right.
please pull over and stop
I am.
before you, okay, thank you.
I absolutely. In fact, I'm right here at the port of entry between Utah and Wyoming. I'm pulled over. So, yeah, I've been listening, to Mr. Tesoro. He's done a great job. Appreciate the questions from the group. I think those are all really, really important things that have been brought up. Honestly, the work that Mark has done with SWAT and trying to get an economic development project off the ground like this has been amazing. Like I said, he's really the mover and shaker of this. I've been on the board, but honestly, he's done so much work on this, and it's refreshing to see that the committee is at least taking a look at it and taking a look at the bill and seeing, if the tweaks that have been made are going to work out. Appreciate the fact that YDOT's been at the table, and I know that safety is always the largest concern with anything like this. And so I think YDOT's done their due diligence, and I really don't see any concern on my part other than just whether or not the committee feels like this is something that we can pursue and be a part of. And for economic development, we say all the time that we want to diversify our economy in Wyoming. And that's what we're looking at here is a diversification plan that will really help down the road. I mean, we have so many visitors that come in from, Utah, particularly, even Colorado and other states. And we'd like to keep their money in Wyoming as much as possible. And this is just another asset for us to use. And so I strongly advocate for the passage of the bill, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done on a committee as well as Mark to try and get this thing moving forward. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Senator Schuler? Any questions? Okay, thank you, Senator. If you'd kind of hang with us and please don't drive and listen to us. You can
I won't.
take a few minutes to sit there at the port of entry.
I absolutely will. Thank you.
So, any other public comments, public testimony? Seeing none, I'll close public testimony. Committee?
Move the bill.
Moved by Mr. Co-Chairman, seconded by Representative Burt. Okay, so I see potential amendments, so we'll go through the bill. Anything on page 1? Page 2. Page 3. What's that?
Chairman.
Okay, but Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. That I would remind the committee that the Department of Transportation has offered a couple of options for the language that we see on page 2 and page 3. Wasn't sure when to interject that, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to be late on the uptake, but I think it would be probably a good idea for us to consider one of those. I'm not sure we need to go with option one. I think I'd be fine with that because I think it still allows for what this bill's intended to do. I'd be more inclined to maybe look at option two, but maybe we could have that discussion on the committee.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, are you proposing an amendment?
Well, I wasn't yet because I wondered, what the flavor, which flavor the committee was leaning. Frankly, I'd be good with either one.
Okay, I'll give the committee a few minutes to look over the proposed changes. So, okay, Mr. Rossetti, if you could come up and explain this, please. We'll do it a little differently here. First, explain the difference between the two options. You've obviously confused us by giving us a choice.
Mr. Chairman, I always try to do my best there. So I think, as we've talked through this issue, and I think even as we worked this bill last year, that there's certainly some consternation and some caution to be given as we introduce these into the interstate rights of way. So I mean, as a department, we are cautious there. We do think we can make that work. And really, the option one was really to allow the committee, if they didn't want to consider the access in the right of way initially, that would be kind of what option one allows. Is what it would do is it would establish us to start making rules to figure out how to do the crossings. There's absolutely no denying that the Interstate 80, just like the railroad, right, it causes a barrier to get across for animals, for livestock, and for recreation. So crossings seem to be the main focus that we would be addressing in option one. And again, what that would do is it would remove the language allowing the access along the interstate rights of way and really just focus on finding other alternatives to get those off-road vehicles to places where we could have them cross the interstate right of way. So that's kind of the explanation there for option one. When you look at option two, I think option two really gets to the heart of this bill, and I think that option two, what it does is it gets it into a position where I think we're better off for the long haul, and I think that's kind of what the goal of the committee sounds to be today. I think when you look at what those options are in option two, it modifies language in E to basically allow the department in working with state parks to establish the rules and regulations as to how you'd introduce these into the highway rights of way. And then it goes on further and modifies C just to clarify that language for what those crossings would look like if we pursue that avenue. Again, I'm not going to take a stand on it one way or the other. I just wanted to be prepared depending on the direction you'd like me to take, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm prepared to propose an amendment.
Please.
Thank you to Mr. Rossetti. I would propose option two with one modification, and that being on the second to the last line under paragraph C. I would like that to state at a designated and clearly marked crossing. I'd like to see the designated stay in there, at a designated and clearly marked crossing.
I'd second that.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
So
Second.
we have a second. Everyone clear on the amendment?
Clear.
Okay. Any discussion?
Question on the amendment.
Question being called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, the amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Any other amendments anywhere on the bill?
Question on the bill.
Question on the bill. Heather, would you please call roll? As amended, bill as amended.
Senator Anderson,
Aye.
Senator Furphy. Senator McEwen,
Aye.
Senator Pappas. Representative Baker. Representative Burt. Representative Henderson. Representative McGuire. Representative Obermueller.
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn.
Aye.
Representative Romero Martinez. Representative Stivar.
No.
Chairman Burkhart.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon.
Aye.
13 aye.
Thank you, Heather. One thing I'd like to make clear, and we don't see a lot of it, but I do know, Senate President Dockstader and Senator Schuler have spent a lot of time that we don't really see working on this issue, and I just wanted to thank both of them for that amount of time and their support to the committee, answering our questions at times and providing that. So Senator Dockstader, if you're still on, Senator Schuler, if you're still on, thank you. Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Very appropriate to recognize those two senators. I also want to send a shout out to Senator Schuler, whose husband Rick was very involved early on. I'm looking back at Mr. Tesoro, and we miss Rick, and he was instrumental in getting this whole thing started. We lost him a handful of months ago here, and so a tip of the hat to all those folks and to all of our agencies who have worked together to, as somebody said this morning, it's nice to work together to get to a yes on something, because I think it'll be worthwhile. So appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. So we do have time, and it's not lunchtime yet, and so we will move on to item 20, enabling implementing high occupancy vehicle lanes. And this specifically is addressed at Highway 22 going over Teton Pass. And I will tell you, I've been up there recently, and it was bumper to bumper traffic both directions in the middle of the day. So something we really do need to consider. And with that, Heather, would you present the bill to us, please? Number 20.
Yes, I will be right there, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. I'm just letting some folks know that this topic's on.
Okay. I know we're ahead of schedule by about 2.5 hours, actually. Yeah.
Can I buy 4 pizzas?
I've already taken care. So while Heather's doing that, if anybody needs a quick break, now would probably be the time. Oh, you're ready.
An actual break?
Nope,
Oh, okay.
not a formal break. You know I'm a slave driver. Spur of the horse. We've arranged to have lunch brought in, but we may have time to take a longer lunch, and I think we could maybe take an abbreviated one like we did yesterday, and again, let people get on the road that need to do that. Yeah, maybe a 30-minute lunch. Does that work, do you think, committee?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Anderson, does that help you travel a little bit? Okay, all of you, actually. So, except those who are going west on Interstate 80, they may have some difficulty. Yeah, okay. So, levity aside, Heather, please, if you would talk about 23 LSO 0209, version 0.5.
Mr. Chairman, yes, what this bill draft does, this was per the committee's request to, and the discussion to just authorize this type of lanes and vehicles. So that's what the bill before you does. It authorizes the YDOT or local authority to designate a high occupancy vehicle lane, and then also there are some exemptions, and it provides for enforcement and defines some terms. So it creates a new section just one section of law over in 31.5.238. And what the bill draft does is it specifies that, again, the director or local authority may designate such a roadway or there's other language, or part of a roadway or specific lane or whatever, as far as a high occupancy vehicle roadway. And that it talks about how it shall be designated, the fact that motorcycles, bicycles, and public transportation vehicles are exempt from it. And then, and also it provides leeway to the department for rules to provide for the design, operation, maintenance, and signage for these types of roads. And then the bill draft goes into provide here at the bottom of page 2 that it provides for some enforcement. And there is a staff comment on this enforcement such that if the committee does not want subsection D, if they did not want to include a penalty, it's not as though there wouldn't be a penalty. It's like so many others that the broad penalty that cover swaths of laws that say if no other penalty is provided, then this shall apply. And so that's what is in the staff comment there. And the main difference is the amount of the fine for if there's a violation. So that was in the staff comment. And then at the bottom of page 3 and thereafter are the revisions to existing statutes. And the substantive ones of those are on page 4, as far as just including some definitions. The biggest probably is the definition for high occupancy vehicle. The committee wanted it to be a vehicle occupied by not fewer than 2 persons, or as provided by department rules. So the committee wanted some of the leeway to the department there. And then there's a definition of what a high occupancy vehicle lane is, and also what a public transportation vehicle, because remember those were exempted from these lanes. And then the rest of the amendments are conforming as far as to refer to the high occupancy vehicle lanes and to provide that going there, it's somewhat of an impossibility to, for example, drive on the right side of any lane. So it inserts a high occupancy vehicle lane as one of those exceptions. And another conforming amendment on the last page as far as just as to, right at this moment, I don't remember what that applies to, but I will look that up as far as what the 31-5-205 applies to, not high occupancy vehicle lanes. I'm going to get that right now. Mr. Chairman.
Just proceed, yeah.
Yes, okay, that final exception in there, the 31-5-205 was simply saying that it doesn't apply to when a roadway is used as, boy, the pages stick together when you're trying to flip through them quickly. Oh, the 205 is driving on the left, so you can't drive on the left or the right if there's only one single roadway that's designated as HOV, so that's why they're included in those exemptions or those conforming amendments. And that is the bill draft.
Okay. Questions for staff? Any questions? Sorry. Okay. So Heather, on page 7, 31-5-205, would that include allowing the department to, in effect, during high traffic usage, to use an opposing lane? Say you had a 4-lane highway, using one lane of that for high occupancy vehicles, to reverse that traffic flow partially. Would that allow for that?
Mr. Chairman, the combination of not being required to drive on the left or the right, as well as the actual substance of the bill on page 2 that allows the department or local authority to designate a lane or a part of a lane or specific roadway would. would allow that according to the needs.
Okay, thank you. For the committee, I just wanted to clarify that. I'm not advocating for that. I've been on those roads where they switch the lanes, and it is confusing to me and a lot of drivers. I wouldn't advocate for doing that, except maybe in an emergency. You need to evacuate Jackson right away or something. So, okay, no other questions for staff? All right. So, Director, comments?
So, Mr. Chairman, relative to this bill, just as a reminder, certainly I agree with you, Highway 22 between heading west out of Jackson is congested. And in fact, it's so congested that we moved up the study process to replace that road. We moved it up 3 years. And in fact, we kicked that off here about a month ago. And so it's well underway. Now, it's a long process. And it's a multi-year process, but it started. One of the discussions we had with the county and the officials in the local area was that, hey, listen, when it comes to looking at options on that road, the options really have to be legally enforceable. And certainly the concept of an HOV lane is one that's under consideration for that road. Not saying it will be implemented, but if they do, you have to have a way to enforce it, and that's what this bill does. We could designate an HOV line today, but it can't be enforced, and that's what this bill does, and that's why I think it's key and essential. I think Heather Ms. Jarvis did a very nice job on the conforming amendments. They make a lot of sense to me, and I do have one amendment that I would suggest. And I believe that Ms. Jarvis has it and can hand it out. But the amendment would basically be, if you choose to accept it, would be in the definitions of high occupancy vehicles on page 2, paragraph B as in Bravo. What it would do is it would add any vehicle making a turn from that high occupancy lane is okay to be there. Because it could be, if they're on the left or right, there's some turning movements there. And so we thought it was important to add that definition so that if you get in there and turn, you aren't in violation of the HOV lane. And so that's what you'll see in our recommendation for the amendment. Mr. Chairman, we've talked this quite a bit, so that's, unless you have specific questions for me, I'm comfortable.
Questions for the director? Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, is this an effort to try to get employees or people that work in Jackson to carpool?
Director?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermuller, I think that as you look at what that county and community is dealing with, the effort to use transit and to put more than one vehicle, more than one person in a vehicle makes sense. And so, yes, I'd say, it tries to encourage more people in one vehicle, which certainly has been proven to help mitigate the issues of congestion.
Follow up?
So on one hand, we push people that work there out of the community, so they have to commute. And now we're telling them they can't drive their personal vehicle with this bill. Is that what it does?
Yeah.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermuller, I don't think it tells them that they can't drive their personal vehicle. What it does is it says, hey, you might be able to go faster if you carpool.
One follow-up.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But the effect is it slows their, or it increases their commute time, because while you speed up one lane, you're slowing down the other. So the person driving their personal vehicle just it's a longer commute now. Would that be true?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Obermuller, if you pull enough vehicles off of the individual lane, it may speed that one up too. So depends.
Okay. Other questions for the director? Okay. Director, thank you. If you would hang with us. Let's see. Next on my list had the Teton Village Association Improvement and Service District. Okay, on screen. Ms.
Thank
Turley,
you.
please identify yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Melissa Turley, the Executive Director of the Teton Village Association. We appreciate your consideration of this bill, the opportunity that we had to discuss it with you in August. I wish I could be there with you today. I do want to point out that Charlotte Fry, the Teton County Jackson Regional Transportation Planning Administrator, is there with you today. I don't have anything to add. I do appreciate Ms. Jarvis's presentation and the director's comments as well. And I suppose I would just reiterate, we're asking for this as a potential tool in the toolbox as YDOT proceeds with planning for Highway 22. And with that, I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Turley? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you for hanging with us and being a little early today. So with that, Director, if you'd come back up, I do have one question from myself. Okay. On the bill, we have a staff comment about the fines. Do you have a preference of whether we leave the fines as they are or increase them to $750? Okay, thank you.
Let me see if with your permission, I don't have a preference. I think that's your decision. Let me see if our Highway Patrol Colonel has a opinion on that, if you would.
Okay, no preference from the department. Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll open public comment on LSO draft 0209. Oh, thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Charlotte Fry, the Regional Transportation Planning Administrator for Teton County, and I'm also here to express support for this bill. I thank Teton Village Association and YDOT for their leadership on this matter, and we really think the HOV is a flexible tool, and we look forward to cooperating with YDOT for our shared goals of safe and efficient mobility in our community, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ms. Fry, thank you for making the trip down. Really appreciate it. This is an incredibly hot spot with respect to traffic congestion, other issues that come along with that. Realistically, one HOV lane probably isn't going to get it done over to Wilson. Is that correct? Can you give me a sense of where you think it's ultimately going to land, particularly in that stretch?
Ms. Fry?
Chairman Breckhart, Senator Landon, thank you for the question. I think the wonderful thing about this bill, it's written with really flexible language, and as Director Reiner mentioned, we're still going through that process, exploring what that roadway cross-section might look like. And this bill is flexible enough that it could be a 3-lane cross-section or maybe a 4 or 5-lane cross-section, and then you could designate 1 or 2 of those lanes. To Chairman Burkhart's point of not liking that idea of contraflow, if it was a 3-lane cross-section, you could have it being outbound potentially in the morning and inbound in the afternoon. But I think given our traffic flows, you may be correct that we would want a lane in each direction during those peak periods. And again, the bill's flexible enough that it could be designated only in those peak commuting periods. But that, again, will be determined through the study process that YDOT has initiated.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions? Other questions? Ms. Fry, thank you. And if you head back today, please drive careful. I guess the roads are getting pretty bad between here and Jackson.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other public comments? Please come forward. Okay. With that, I'll close public comment. Committee. Moved by O'Hearn. Seconded by Anderson. Okay. So Page 1. Page 2.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to delete paragraph D on line 20 on page 2 and let it revert to the other punishments. I think the 750 is way too high for a first-time offense and probably won't get applied at all. So just eliminate paragraph D and let it revert to $200, $300, and $500. Thank you.
Okay, and that was seconded by Senator Landon. Mr.
Good
Co-Chair.
job. That guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Good
So,
job.
okay, any discussion on the amendment to drop the enhanced fine and just use what's already on the books? Any discussion? Question being called. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It was suggested, and I believe it was page 2, paragraph B as in Bravo. The director had indicated that he had an idea for some language that could be changed. Heather, do you have that in your stack by any chance? I didn't want to gloss over or jump over without at least considering. If we don't have
Mr.
that,
Chairman?
Director, would you be,
I believe I just found it, or just have it somehow. And would you like me to describe it to you? Or would you like?
that would
or would you
probably
like
be
White Out to?
adequate, Heather, I
Okay.
think, so thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, it looks like the Whiteout proposed amendment is on page 2. Oh, okay. What they do, Mr. Chairman, is, will be in front of you in just a moment, as soon as we have it. Okay. What they do with subsection B and the exceptions is they leave the exceptions of motorcycles, bicycles, and public transportation vehicles, but then they add an additional exception that is any vehicle making a turn, also an exception from one of these vehicles is any vehicle making a turn from a high occupancy vehicle lane subject to other requirements under this act. So I get that, what that does, I guess, is provides for a vehicle to turn in or out of it or from it.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that amendment with the caveat that, Heather, if you would work that into shape and make sure that it conforms and everything. But I would move that proposed amendment on page 2.
Seconded by O'Hearn. Discussion on the amendment. Any discussion? Senator Anderson.
I guess I don't understand this change. A vehicle making a turn from a high occupancy lane. I don't understand what we need that for.
Director, as you proposed that, if you would come forward, please. Thank you. Proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the intent here is, remember the purpose of this bill is to provide enforcement for an HOV lane. And so you really have to define, hey, who can be in that lane and who cannot be in that lane. That's the whole point of this bill in my mind. And so what we're saying is, hey, listen, if you're in that lane and you're a high occupancy vehicle defined, on page 3, I think as 2 or more people, and then there's a couple other things that this is defined, you can be in there. Well, and then it also says motorcycles, bicycles, and public, transportation vehicles can be in there. But there will be, based on turning movements, vehicles in that lane that may have one person in that vehicle. All right, and so for purposes of enforcement, we thought it very important to say it's okay if you're in that lane and making a turning movement, you are not in violation of this law and you're okay.
Representative Furphy. I'm sorry, Senator Furphy, you'll always be representative to me.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chairman. I don't understand why bicycles are included in that. Motorcycles I can see in public transportation, but bicycles would seem to be a concern.
Senator?
Thank you,
Okay, let's hold that thought and go back to the proposed amendment. I share your thoughts, but we're on this amendment right now, just the red, what's proposed in red. Please, we'll take these in order.
So this is already in the current.
Correct,
Bicycles are already
correct.
in there.
And
Sorry.
I can see another amendment forthcoming, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what we're dealing with is what we have here, the proposed amendment. Any other discussion on the proposed amendment? Senator Anderson, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still confused about this. So it's any vehicle making a turn, and it says from a high vehicle occupancy lane. It doesn't say going across it from another lane. He's already in the high vehicle lane, and then he's making a turn. I'm confused how that fits here.
So Senator Pappas has volunteered to
Oh,
answer
good.
this.
Okay, thanks.
So, Mr. Chairman, to address that for Senator Anderson, typically, your high occupancy lane will typically be the inside lane, right? So if you're needing to make a left, you don't want to turn out from the right lane. You can't turn from the right lane. You have to be in the left lane, that center lane, to turn. But if you're a single person in the car, you would violate this law if we didn't allow for that left turning movement. So if you're going to be turning, it's okay for you to get in that high occupancy lane to turn left. If we didn't allow that, we'd make people turn out of the right lane and cross a lane, and that would be very dangerous.
And, Mr. Chairman, we think
Please.
this says that? We think this says that you can get into the high occupancy lane and make a turn? Or you're already in it? You're making a turn from a high occupancy vehicle lane, it says. Anyway, if it says that, that's fine with me.
All right. Senator Pappas. Director?
Mr. Chairman, I'm comfortable that it says that because somehow you got into that lane, whether it was, if it's right next to it as an individual vehicle, you're driving in the non-HOV lane, you say, oh, I got to make a turn left or right. I got to get in the right lane, so you'll merge in and you'll turn. And so it's that movement that I'm very comfortable with.
Okay. Senator Anderson? Anything else? Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Representative Burt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick
And
question.
we're on the amendment.
Yes, sir. With that, will there be signage? I mean, say we write this and it passes and we're allowing the public to get into the turn. Normally, it says that you can't be in that if you're single, right? You have to have two or more. This allows them to get in and to make that turn, but would there be signage down there that says, you can occupy if you're going to make a turn out of that?
Director?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Burt, I would anticipate. So we'll appropriately sign, based on the MUTCD that we discussed yesterday, the appropriate turning movements and with the laws of the rule.
All right. Other discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All in favor of the amendment that we have printed here, and it's the changes in red, please say aye. 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 Opposed, no? Okay. Amendment is adopted.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Director.
This is probably out of line, and so if you need to kick me back in bounds, please do. I did want to ask about the prior amendment that was made. And just, my understanding was, and this is what, my understanding was we deleted paragraph D on page 2.
Director, that's correct. In favor of not specifying an enhanced fine. So it would revert back to what's already in statute.
Mr. Chairman, my concern with that is that I think really paragraph D is the meat of this bill that says, if you operate a vehicle, then you're in violation. And really then it sends, if you didn't want to do the 750, you could just send it back to wherever the violations occurred. But I think if you delete D, I don't know how we enforce it legally.
Okay. All right, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think the director's absolutely right. I think we got out over the tips of our skis. And, I do think, because you have to go to 31.5.1201 to get into the provisions for misdemeanor and penalties. And that, I think, was what the senator's intention was to just revert back to what's already in the statute. But what is not in the statute, committee, is any person who uses an HOV lane is going to violate the law if they don't have 2 or 3 people in the car. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we probably need to bring that back in.
Okay, so.
That's my take.
I think at that point then, another amendment is in order. Because we've already voted to adopt that, so we'd need another amendment. Senator Pappas.
So I would make an amendment that we restore all the language in paragraph D with the exception of the fine, so that the last line would read, a misdemeanor punishable by a fine not more than as enumerated in 31.5.1201.
I don't think we need the not more than, just as stated in.
Okay, as stated, yeah. You're
31.5.
That'd be fine.
1201.
Second.
Okay, so everybody understand what we've done, or what we're doing, rather? Yes, no, confused?
Trying to clean off our boots. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Step.
All right. So, okay. So what we're doing, and I just want everyone to be clear, and especially Senator Anderson, who proposed the original amendment, we are amending it to reinstate all of paragraph D, except for the specification of not more than $750 in favor of saying a fine in accordance with 31.5.112, which is in the staff comments. Heather, please.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if rather continuing to omit the word fine and having and inserting the word penalty under 31.5.1201. Okay.
If that's okay with the, okay, all right. Okay, so I just want to be clear, that was moved by Senator Pappas, seconded by Senator Landon. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, question being called. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. 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 Opposed, no. Okay, that amendment is adopted. Heather, you have all of that? Okay, so still on page 2, Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under section I move to eliminate bicycles.
Section I?
Well, isn't that
Oh,
right?
that, no, but Senator Pappas.
Before we actually move the amendment, my question would be if a bicycle needs to make that left turn, it's going to have to get into that lane. Same situation. So I think you're going to have to allow a bicycle in that lane sometime.
So Senator Furphy, I think we're back to the main body of the bill, so that would be on line 11. The only thing we adopted off of this was what was in red. I think the main, yeah, we're back to the main body. So page 2, line 11, bicycles. And Okay, you've proposed an amendment to delete bicycles. Is there a second? Okay. Senator?
I'm not going to second.
Okay, wait, okay. Heather, did you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to point out that the red that was adopted, well, the white amendment that was adopted in paragraph 2 says any vehicle making a left turn, so a bicycle would be a part of, it would be able to make it left, would, without any not, be able to make a turn.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second on the amendment proposed by Senator Furphy to delete bicycles on line 11?
Right. I'll just withdraw.
Okay, withdrawn. Okay, so that takes care of page 2. Page 3 doesn't have much. Page 4.
Yeah, that's confusing, but I get it now.
Page 5. Did I hear something on page 5? Okay. Page 6. Page 7.
Question on the bill.
Question on the bill as amended. Heather, would you take roll, please?
Senator Anderson? Aye. Senator Furphy?
Aye.
Senator McEwen?
Aye.
Senator Pappas?
Aye.
Representative Baker? Representative Burt?
Aye.
Representative Henderson? Representative McGuire?
Aye.
Representative Obermueller?
No.
Representative O'Hearn?
Aye.
Representative Romero Martinez? Representative Stivar?
No.
Chairman Burkhart?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Landon?
Aye.
12 aye.
Okay, thank you, committee. I think at this point, instead of, the next topic would be the county gravel road maintenance system, and that could be a while. I would suggest we break for lunch at this point, half hour, which, yeah, we can come back at 12:15. That's a little extra time. And lunch is again upstairs in the Senate lunchroom. And for the committee and staff. And Heather, what do we have for lunch? Okay, we have Olive Garden for lunch. It's not here yet? Okay. What, Heather, please read. Okay, we'll press on then. I'm not going to sit and wait. We'll go to noon, if not longer. Thank you for that. Okay, so the next item is, on the original list is 22, County Gravel Road Maintenance System. And for the Jackson people, thank you for coming. Okay, County Gravel Road Maintenance System, bill draft 23 LSO 0022. Heather, if you would walk us through the bill, please. I know, I've confused the daylights out of everyone.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I am presenting,
I like doing that. Heather, proceed.
I have version 9, I need version 10. Just one moment. Okay. Ready, Mr.
Proceed,
Chairman?
please.
Before you is 23 LSO-0022, version 10, working draft 010. Okay, make sure everyone have the right one. What this bill draft does, per the committee's request, is and per the county's request, was it increases the county submission and the state match to the University of Wyoming's Technology Transfer Program. And then it also specifies that this increase shall go to the gravel road portion of that county road program. So the bill draft, these things already exist in statute, so it's done via the amendments that begin on page 2. You'll see that this is in Title 21, so those are the education statutes, and that's what describe the the funding for the program shall be provided according to. And if you look at lines 10 through 16 on page 2, that same language basically is what is split out among all of the different people simply because it differs. The bill as it existed in law was just that all these different entities gave this same amount. But since the counties are increasing their amount and to increase the state match, it's split out. But I just wanted you to recognize that that language that's all stricken from lines 10 through 16, that's what's repeated in the following pages. So more or less, and I'll point out the differences. On page 2, at the bottom, the paragraph 1, the Department of Transportation continues to contribute $25,000, but then here's where the state match is that, so that's from their available funds as it previously was already described. I so apologize. You also were just handed the amendment to this very paragraph, this paragraph 1. And that, when it's done correctly, like in the amendment here, the Department of Transportation from its available funds continues to contribute $25,000, but then the state match, there's the state match of the $300,000 matching the amendment. And then you go to page 3 and beginning at line 6, the counties, their amount for some reason is not increased. Just one moment, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes, apologize. So sorry, Mr. Chairman. We've gone through many versions of this bill draft, and that's why I'm on version 10, and so I'm just seeing things that, okay. Yes, so then the counties, and you'll see that that's the same language that was stricken from above, and then the cities and towns, that's the same language that was stricken from above, but they're split out for each of the entities, and so that's what that is. And then finally for the University of Wyoming, and so each of those is split out, and the reason for that was to be able to expand on the state match that was in paragraph 1. Then on page 4, this is still in that Title 31, the education statutes, the education title or Title 21, not 31, that describes the program. And here's where the specification at the bottom of page 4, that not less than $150,000 of the county contribution, which is, we haven't gotten to yet, the additional county contribution, and not less than $300,000 of the state contribution shall be designated for this county gravel road program. That's where that is coming. Now, moving, these statutes work in concert with one another, and if you go to page 5, here's just that's a conforming amendment to, because for some reason the statutes only had referred to the gasoline tax, but this provision is in the alternative fuel tax, so this is just a conforming, actually kind of a correction in there. But then the distribution, which is the real bulk over in Title 39, which is the taxation statutes, that's where it describes on page 6 that the highway, the county portion, here's where it's doubled from the $150,000 to $300,000. And So the reference to those amounts that was back in '24 to 110, as well as I guess that's the only reference that remains. But it is so that the county amount has been doubled from the 150,000 to 300,000, and then the state matches that at 300,000. That was a tongue twist, Mr. Chairman, but please, I'm open for questions.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Just a thank you to Ms. Jarvis, Mr. Reaman, and others who worked on this. You notice at the top, committee, when it says .10, that means this is the 10th draft of this particular bill. So that's a lot of work before they get it to here, and so much appreciated, Heather. Thank you.
Okay, questions for staff on the bill? Okay. Okay, thank you. So with that, YDOT, any comments? The director left. I guess he decided he wanted to eat lunch or something. So, Mr. Gillette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Left at an appropriate time, I guess, didn't he? YDOT is in support of the correction that Heather went over.
Okay.
That's all.
That's your comment? Okay. All right.
So,
Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Gillette, I assume that the Department of Transportation is good if we add this into the system? You're good with the bill and not just the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions for Department of Transportation? Director, he saved your bacon there. Okay. Let's see. So with that, county commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Proceed.
members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. To my left is Dr. Sabati with the University of Wyoming Technology Transfer Program. I hope that this topic doesn't take a considerable amount of your time. I hope that we can just get through it rather quickly. I might provide just a little bit of background as a reminder, since it's been a bit of time since this topic was before you previously. In the state of Wyoming, approximately 27,000 miles of our road system is operated and managed by the counties. That's approximately 53% of our total road system in the state of Wyoming. If you look at the paved system, there's approximately 17% of that county road figure, or just over 14,600 miles. And we're very fortunate through this program that's established through the existing statutes to have Dr. Sabati's office, as well as our partnership with the Department of Transportation, to provide us some really good information on the condition of those paved roads across the state. It is one of the best resources that counties have. Sure.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Riemann, my apologies. I wanted to make sure I got this right. Thank you for quoting to us some of the mileage we're talking about and the percentages of roads out there that are county roads. Can you go back over that again? Of the 27,000 miles, talk to me about the gravel road portion of that again, please? Thank you.
Mr. Raymond?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, and these figures change all the time, of course, but the last figures that I have right in front of me are approximately 27,831 miles of county roads across the state. Approximately 17% of those roads are paved roads at this point in time. Dr. Spotty may have better figures than I do, but.
So we do,
Dr.
Mr.
Samadi.
Chairman, we do have about 2,400 miles of paved county roads in the state. And as it was mentioned earlier, there is around 14,000 miles of gravel roads in addition to the 2,400 miles of paved roadways. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
So proceed.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, as I said, we're very fortunate that we have the UW program to give us information relative to our paved roads of this state. We can make better decisions about where to maintain those roads, how to better align them, and do many other functions. Unfortunately, we don't have the same system for our county gravel roads. And that's what my members ask that I come forward to you with this. Right now, in terms of the system that Dr. Sabati and his team work on, they do half of the state each year for the pavement management system. So that's fairly good data on a regular basis. We're looking to try and replicate that program for county gravel roads. Now, admittedly, the amount of money that we're talking about here, as well as the amount of additional miles that we're talking about under this program, it's unlikely we would be able to get to them every other year. We'll have to devise a system and perhaps identify which areas are most important to counties as part of a program like this. So that's really the problem. We're trying to get into that county gravel road area. This bill is intended to be part of that solution. The chairman was appropriate to thank Heather for her work. She and I did go back and forth on this quite a bit. Had to do a little standing on our head to make sure that we got it right to bring it to you. And I think we've done that. As was mentioned, page 6 is where I'll start. That's where the counties are proposing to increase the contribution that we would provide to this program. So that's the additional $150,000 that's there. As you may remember from the conversation in May, I asked the committee to consider a state match of the county contribution under this program. And that's what you find in the amendment, which I certainly support adopting that if we want to move that forward. And I come to you with that request to match our contribution because I really do think that the state has a vested interest in these county gravel roads. The reality is that many of our industrial activities in this state, whether that be coal, oil and gas, uranium development, and many others, are found down county gravel roads. And I think it benefits all of us collectively to ensure that we're putting our investment of county dollars in the right places relative to those roads. So, Mr. Chairman, that really brings me to the provision on page 4 where we designate.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Riemann, I think you're headed in this direction, but it would help me if you would walk us through that financial piece, because we've all got to go forward with this. I just want to make sure that we have that locked down as to this comes from here, this comes from here, and this is what we're proposing to come at a future date. Thank you. as you go along, if you would do that for us, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to go through the bill sequentially if that helps the committee. And to do that on page 2, and you really have to have the amendment that has been proposed. That amendment includes the state match, the $300,000 in there. Mr. Chairman, the other financial component of this is on page 6, where you're taking and doubling the county contribution to the UW Technology Transfer Program. So the additional $150,000 that would go there. And that comes from funds that would otherwise come to the county for county gravel road maintenance and management and fund those activities at the local level. So what we're asking you to do is just capture that before it gets to the counties and send it over to the University of Wyoming for this program. Mr. Chairman, on page 4 is really what, at the bottom there, is what binds both of those together, the additional $450,000, and designates it specifically to the UW Technology Transfer Program's County Gravel Road Inventory Program. And to be very clear, that program doesn't exist today. That would be created with this additional funding so that they could begin to develop out that system to provide us better data. Mr. Chairman, I really don't have any other comments other than to say, again, by having this data, we believe we can better position counties to ensure that the maintenance that they're undertaking on gravel roads in the state is as good as what they're doing with the data that they receive for the paved program, and ensure that it's not just an educated guess in terms of where we're putting our investment. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions. Really appreciate your consideration of this and would request your advancement of this bill.
Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said capture the $150,000 before it gets to counties, and that's the money they already use to maintain the roads. So how are the counties going to maintain the roads if we capture this $150,000 before it gets to them?
Mr. Raymond?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the figures specifically in front of me, Representative Stiver. I could certainly get those to you, but counties, I believe on average from this particular distribution receive about $14 to $15 million across the state. So we're just grabbing a small chunk of that, dedicating it to this. It's something that the counties believe is an appropriate investment in order to get better information about where they should deploy their dollars.
Okay. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll ask the same question that I asked at the last meeting, and that was, how do you get past the fact that this is a sole source contract? And it bypasses the ability for any of our other state colleges or a private entity to enter into and compete for and maybe provide a better service. And I would give the example of SpaceX, which when that was created, everybody thought, no way that they could ever compete with NASA. And now they're providing transportation vehicles for a fourth or a fifth of the cost that NASA did through the use of better technology. So my question goes back to, why isn't this open to other entities to compete? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raymond?
Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, and I don't know that I'm the best person to answer the full question here, but I think it's important to note a couple of things. The actual performance of, Dr. Sabati, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the actual data collection out on the ground, the vehicles that are out there collecting this data, that is, as I understand it, a contract that is let by the Department of Transportation. It is competitive. Others can bid on that and participate in this. The actual compilation of all that information, the training that the counties receive is under Dr. Sabati's program. And perhaps you can fill in the gaps.
Doctor, please.
Mr. Chairman, so basically we've been doing data analysis, data collection on paved roadways and gravel roads for the past 30 years or so. So we really have the experience to do it in the state of Wyoming to begin with. If you look at what the colleges are doing, they don't have, the expertise, at this point. They don't teach classes in this area. They don't do research in this area. So there are very few experts in this area, in the gravel road management area in the state. And as it was mentioned earlier, the data, the money that we would pay for the paved roadways, to collect the data on the paved roadways is being done through YDOT. So really, YDOT does the RFP to identify who is going to be collecting the data, statewide. In fact, the DOT identified a new vendor this year. So every year or every few years, they make it so that it's competitive. So we just hop on their program so that the data for the counties is collected the same way that it is being collected on the state highway system. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think we heard from the department already. Mr. Co-Chair.
I'll just ask a quick question, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence on the proposed amendment. And so, Mr. Riemann, it's been a few years since I've sat on appropriations. I wasn't aware of the general fund contribution to the counties. Can you help me with that piece? It says with the general fund contributing that 300,000.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, the counties are receiving no general fund appropriation for this activity. We had to find a mechanism to provide the state match, and that's what this amendment does, is pulls from the general fund. Certainly, there are other options that are available to you, but that's what this amendment would do.
Mr. Riemann and Mr. Chairman, thank you. I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to clarify that, this is going to take a little bit of an investment to stand this up. So, thank you.
Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I've got, YDOT's on its own budget. Why would this come out of the general fund? Why wouldn't it come out of the YDOT budget?
Heather?
Mr. Chairman, the inserting into existing statutes for the funding of this program, which is the 21-17-115, the YDOT does make a contribution from its available funds at the same size of cities and counties. This committee is who directed the $300,000, a state match of what the county contribution is. So that is the why it wouldn't come from YDOT, is that this committee said to make it be a state match.
So Heather, I just want to be clear on that. So what this does is directs $300,000 from general fund monies to this program. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much of this $300,000 is going to be buying gravel? And a second question, if we're doing this in the paved scenario, or on our paved roads, how much have we saved by using this program?
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, this funding will be buying no gravel. It will be buying no maintenance equipment. It'll be performing no maintenance. this money, the entirety of this money, whether it's a county contribution or the state match, would be put towards data collection and information that would help to inform, you know, I can get you a copy of the report for the paved program. The university will ultimately be producing a report for the counties relative to the roads within their jurisdiction. So it's really about getting us better information so that we can make good decisions on where to put the gravel, where to better align roads, et cetera. Mr. Chairman, I forgot your second question.
Representative? could you
How
repeat
much,
that?
thank you, Mr. Chairman, follow up. How much have we saved in the paved program by using this program on paved highways?
Mr. Raymond?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I have an answer to that. Maybe the good doctor does from his program. What I will tell you is that my counties have told me, the commissioners have told me that the conversations that they have with their road and bridge engineers are better informed about where they should be putting their investments rather than, again, a well-educated guess of where to put those investments. And that's really what they want to be able to apply here on the gravel side of the equation.
Any other questions? Co-chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the professor might have some thoughts with regard to that service that is provided, because the representative asks a great question. You know, what is this analysis doing for us? And we need to defend that as we go forward. What are your thoughts with regard to the work you do?
Dr. Swati?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me the chance so that I can address this. So with the paved road programs, really we started with a very small pot of money where it was a data collection program. It was not really a pavement management, robust pavement management system program similar to what YDOT has. So it was just a data collection program to inform the counties about, you know, their systems, the conditions of the system, and hopefully inform the legislatures, you know, people like you about the condition, the poor condition of the county paved roadways and the need for extra expenditures in the future. So we're hoping that at one point in the future, when there is available funding, you know, in the state, you know, more attention will be given to the county paved roads, because their conditions are really, they are in a very poor shape. So in order for us to determine the effectiveness of this program, we need to figure out how we can start investing into this infrastructure in the paved roadways. In addition to this, we're seeing a lot more industrial activities in the state due to the increase in oil prices and other energy kind of commodities. So I'm sure in the future, we're going to see a lot more traffic on those gravel roads. The counties are not capable of maintaining those gravel roads so that we can provide the services for the industrial activities in addition to the other activities in the state. So what we're hoping from this program is really to provide the awareness of what is needed for the gravel roads so that we can service the industries that are generating funding for the whole state. So with this program, we can really identify what is needed so that, you know, like if the legislatures would like to invest a little bit more for roadways servicing the industrial activities, then we can put a dollar figure on this so that decisions can be made in the future so that these roadways can be maintained. In addition to this, if we're interested, you know, if we're seeing lots of residential developments in some areas, you know, this committee or the legislatures are interested in providing more funding for roadways servicing, you know, this kind of land use, then we can provide the appropriate kind of funding needed to maintain those roadways. So at this point, there is really no information whatsoever. if the industrial activities, like oil and gas industry would approach this committee and they would ask you for funding to maintain the roads, you don't know what you're gonna fund, what should be funded, which roadways, how the allocation should take place, how much funding should be done. YDOT has been successfully able to approach, the legislatures and provide the justification for funding for the state highway system. The counties haven't been able to do this historically simply because they didn't have the information, they didn't have the data, there was no justification for this. So what we're hoping with this is with this extra funding, number one, we're gonna convert the pavement management system from a data collection system into an actual pavement management system where we can put a dollar figure on the need for the 2,400 paved miles of county roads in the state. In addition to this, we can provide some reports about the needs for the gravel roads in the state. We're going to concentrate on the roadways that are heavily used and impacted by different activities in the state. So this would be beneficial not just for the counties, but also for the state. When money is available to allocate to the infrastructure, this is really important. If we let our paved roadways, lots of paved county roads are in need of significant maintenance. If you compare them to the state highway system, if we let them go down to very poor conditions, the way they are going down in that direction, then the cost for the state is going to be significantly higher than the cost of fixing them when they are in repairable condition. So that's really what we're trying to do, help the counties so that they can establish their needs. If you look at the small budget allocated for the paved and the unpaved roads for the counties, it's so small considering the inflation, and the cost escalating prices of paving materials. There isn't really enough for them to maintain the paved nor the gravel roadways. So that's really why we're doing this in the first place. When I figure out how, every time I look at what the county engineers are doing, they're so genius. They have such limited funding and they can really stretch the dollars. But it gets to the point where you can't stretch your dollars anymore. You really need more revenue so that you can maintain those roadways. So this is truly the objective of this program, so that we can provide the appropriate needs, to the counties so that they can maintain this very expensive infrastructure and important infrastructure for the whole state. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Professor. Appreciate that. Appreciate it very much. I'm a little concerned at your lack of passion for the issue. I'm kidding. Thank you very much.
Okay. Other questions? Any other questions? Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I.
Please.
I think that the good doctor brings up something that I just want to hit on. It often frustrates me, and I think this will go to your question, Representative Ahern, that I come to a lot of these conversations, and YDOT has wonderful data, and I'm not criticizing that. That's great. What I don't have is good data to be able to answer to you what our needs are across the state. What I can tell you is that the pittance that your counties are getting in terms of revenue for maintaining the system that they have is entirely inadequate. And having better information is really what is driving me here, so that we can make better decisions with what we have and maybe inform you better about what we need.
Thank you both very much. So with that, we will recess for lunch, and we'll take public comment after we come back. Let's be back at 1 o'clock.